All right. We are here. We are live. What's going on? Is everything okay with the screen? What's going on? All right, yeah. There we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the shades on, President Hotep Dubes, reporting live from Hotep Studios. You dig what I'm saying? Hope you guys have had an amazing week. Hope you guys, made it through the week. You're feeling prosperous. You're feeling great. Ready to embark on your weekend, do fun things, do amazing things. Of course, we hope you learned something this week. We hope that you enriched your life in every way possible. I want you guys to know that if nobody else is, President Hotep Dubes is rooting for you. Real shit. I really am. There's so many people out there waking up every day, putting their best foot forward, making sure that they are better today than they were yesterday and will be better tomorrow than they were today. And they go after it every single day. Every single day. And I just want to commend you, give you an attaboy, attagirl, and encourage you to keep going. Keep going. Do not stop, man. The world needs you. You need you. Your family needs you. You have the ability to do amazing things every day. So, I just want you to know that I'm rooting for you. And I hope you succeed for real. For real. So, today, just more history talk, more rants, more of the same. I'm getting used to this, yo. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting used to this. I'm getting more comfortable in, the conversations that I have. I'm not so anxious about what I should talk about or whatever. Like I really just want these streams to have some type of structure. I have an idea about what I want to talk about, but when it comes down to just having these types of conversations, man, like it's important to just let things, naturally flow for real. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate, you know, my ability to learn this stuff and then teach this stuff and share it and, have everybody, tap in and enjoy it. So, yeah, man, that's Hotep history. It's just about making sure people understand where they actually come from. You know, all of the successes, all of the achievements, all of the striving and the surviving and thriving that the ancestors did, man. It's absolutely incredible. It's like awe inspiring. It's back to back, unrelenting, countless hours of just pure motivation and inspiration to get to it. I'm telling you, man, like I'm extremely proud of the ancestors and what they did. And one of the videos we're gonna get into was Charleston White, and he had said something that I actually said last night. When it comes down to, well, in his own way, but when it comes down to the uh, the work ethic, we talk about the ethos, right? The ethos of Black Americans in the late 19th century, mid eight, honestly, the entire 19th century. We learned even further last night how in the early 19th century, Black Americans were building towns, and even before then. So all of the ancestors and what they did, like Charleston White, in his own way, basically said that the ancestors were deserving of the iPhones and all of the things that we have going on today, and we deserve to be in the 19th century. So we'll get into that video in just a second, but like I do understand where he's coming from, man. Like when I am reading about all of the achievements that the ancestors were accomplishing during a time of just tumultuous times, like during the times of like legitimately front door oppression. and having to navigate through all of those things and create the things that they created. And that's my whole thing. I'm not mad that there are people who are going to highlight the racism, the discrimination, the oppression, and all of that. It's just that, yo, you need to highlight what the ancestors did in spite of that. Like, highlight what the ancestors were able to accomplish with the government actively opposing them, with racist white people, with, discrimination and all of that. Like, show me a black American town that was, established in the last 75 years. You dig what I'm saying? Show me a black town that was, established in the last 50 years where a bunch of black Americans came together and say, hey, we're going to pool our resources together to buy, this abandoned town or this underdeveloped area or town and be able to, build it up. Like, the ancestors were doing that. And not only were they doing that, like, they were doing that in the middle of it being illegal for many of them to read and write. Like, the type of opposition that the ancestors were going through, that would break the average man's soul. And don't get me wrong, there were some people that were broken, but for the most part, the mass majority of the ancestors did not break. They didn't break. In the face of seeing men hanging from trees, in the face of their woman being brutalized and assaulted, raped, all of this other stuff, their kids being kidnapped, all of these things that they love to highlight, that they love to, make the end all be all to our history. In the face of all of that, they still had to build businesses. They still had to build towns. They still had to build families. They still had to build community. They still had to provide the wants and needs of the people in the face of that. And now you'll have an entire country go up off the strength of one black man being killed. The entire country. Everybody is hyper-focused on, this racist act that happened in one part of the country. Nobody is focusing on the prize. Nobody's keeping their eye on the ball. And that's the reason why history is so important. I tell y'all this day in and day out. This is your history teacher. This is how he looks. He's rocking a polo hat and some shades. You feel me? But this is your daily history class, your daily history lessons, your daily reminder of where your ancestors come from, what they were doing, how they were doing it, and how you can replicate and supersede it in the current day. That's the point of this. The entire point of this is for you to have an increasing level of reverence, respect, pride, and honor in your ancestors. That despite all of the hell that they went through, they still made heaven on earth. In the face of all of the oppression, in the face of discrimination, in the face of the black codes, in the face of Jim Crow, whatever you threw at the ancestors, they not only fought back against it, but also still thrived. Still. So much so that black Americans today have the option to do nothing. Larger and larger amounts of black Americans have the option to do absolutely nothing. Nobody is pressing on to these people as a whole to do or be better than what they are right now. That is relegated to a particular, at this point, class of people. But by and large, everybody has bought into black Americans do not have to do better or be better. They are fine the way they are. The poverty levels are fine. The crime levels are fine. Everybody is fine. And you'll have people say, no, that's not true, Hotep. There's people that talk about it, all this other stuff. Like, nah, no. Because the solution is always going to be the same. The solution is hundreds, if not thousands of years old. I was saying this in a space this week. I was letting my brother Rashad know, like, no matter what, no matter what you want to, bring up as a problem, the solution will always be the same. The solution will always be black Americans making concerted and intentional efforts to better their livelihoods and their lives in this country. That is how black American life has improved over the centuries. A concerted effort by black Americans to make that happen, to that end. Yes, along the way, there will be people that are not black American that may lend a helping hand, fund some things, participate, shoulder to shoulder for sure. But the bulk of it, the mass majority of it will be black Americans. And if you have a society that is made up of black people as well, telling black Americans that they don't have to do or be better, then they won't. And the reason why it is so easy, or much easier, for that message to be doled out today is because of how history was taught. This is not me being intellectually narcissistic, that because I study history, I think that everything revolves around history. No, the reason why everything revolves around history is not just because I study it, it's because that is exactly what you see. Whatever microcosm of behavior that you will exhibit is due to what happened yesterday. It's due to yesteryear. It is due to how you were raised. It was due to your history. The way you move today, right now, was based upon how you was raised and what your history and what your background is. Likewise, the macro. So if for the past 60 years, black Americans have been told that we have absolutely low expectations of you, you behave animalistically, you have zero foresight, you can't think past 5 minutes from the current. All of these different stereotypes that were put onto black people, that because it was doled out in the way it was academically, through the media and all of that, it was believed and taken hook, line, and sinker. Because all you have to do in order to get people to buy into something that will degenerate them, all you have to do is make it popular and then intellectualize it for the other class of people. So when you look at the media and the entertainment side of it, you already know what that is, how that's the representation of black Americans, whether it be through movies, TV shows, music, whatever. Now, we being on the ground will find more diversity. But when you start to zoom out, the most popular is going to be the most popular for a reason. So just look at our most popular acts, especially when it comes to the younger demographics. Then you also have the intellectual side, to where now academia has been infiltrated by a bunch of black American or anti-black Americans who will intellectualize the degeneracy of black Americans. They will eloquently and academically explain to you why black Americans can't get ahead, or why black Americans can't succeed, or why black American oppression is so unique to the world. It hasn't ever been seen before. And how all of it, and I mean all of it, is at the foot of the white man. The white man's problem, the white man's solution. It is not up to black Americans to solve their problems. It's up to the white man. That is what has been told to countless black Americans for decades now. Whatever success stories that you see, those are tokens. Those are people not to replicate. Those are people not to emulate. It's just another example of white supremacy allowing these individuals, these isolated instances, to succeed. And until the white man allows black America to succeed, it won't. And that is exactly what has been taught to and about black Americans. Period. We have now pathologized black Americans to the point of debility, disability, being crippled by rhetoric, the media, and the perception of self. At the end of the day, at the heart of it, it is the perception of self-image. What's going on, everybody? Come on in. Come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just getting my introductory rant off. Y'all know how I do. And what sparked this for me, especially as of late, is just the way I am seeing people respond to just objectively bad behavior. Objectively. Now, of course, if you're full of emotion, then it may not be as objective. But if you actually read books, which does ground you, especially nonfiction, if you read a lot of nonfiction, it grounds you. Okay, like when I'm reading all of these different autobiographies and newspapers and pamphlets, articles from 100 years ago, it's sobering. It is like it brings you back to reality, and it allows you to really get introspective about yourself. When you really take to heart what the ancestors were saying in these books, in these publications, and being so serious about Black American advancement, you really, look inward and being like, damn, I'm playing around too much. There's certain things that these people did, like they ordered their day. All of the successful ancestors, that like one of the main common themes is intentionality. How deliberate they were from start to finish. So to go from that to where they're making concerted efforts to even document it and let future generations know, to be then pathologized as people who are underachieving inherently. We come from an overachieving background. You do not get all of the success of Black Americans for the past, let's just go the past from 1865 to now. Just the ending of slavery to right now. You do not get any of the advancements without being overachievers. Without being overachievers, being overzealous about being successful. Samuel B. Fuller, Black man with a 6th grade education, had 5,000 employees in 38 states in the 1950s and 60s. You do not achieve that by stumbling upon it as a Black man during this time with that background. Starting from going door to door selling soap to having thousands of people working inside of his factories, offices, and then going door to door for his company. You don't stumble upon that. That's not something you achieve by happenstance, especially as a Black man during these times. So when I talk about the ancestors and I talk about how these people are anti-ancestor, understand that if you are going against the grain from what your ancestors were preaching, motherfuckers have, conceptualized it as bootstrapism. But if you are going against the ancestors in the name of being against bootstrapism and all this other shit, you are sorely, sorely misunderstanding the ancestors. The ancestors didn't make excuses for themselves or anybody else. They called out the government. They called out white people. They called out the racism, but they also called themselves out. They were even killed. One of the things that I was reading today was Negro lynch mobs. I know y'all, even if, this is not your first time hearing about it, which I'm sure it is, that's not a popular thing. But they were Negro lynch mobs. They would string up white men and Black men. And when it came down to lynching and lynch mobs, the reason why it was a thing is because it was basically, rapists, child molesters. So there is, like, we can go into the archives tonight. There are stories of Negro lynch mobs lynching white men, lynching Black men, because those men were rapists and or child molesters. That's a fact. So, like, when it comes down to holding ourselves accountable and holding others accountable, that wasn't something that we shied away from. Now, holding each other accountable has been synonymous with being anti-black. That if you are black American in America, and you speak out against the degeneracy, if you speak out against the things that are clearly a detriment to the community, you are anti-black. And don't let any white people be in the comments agreeing with you, then you are a tool of white supremacy. And what bothers me so much is, like, I don't think y'all understand what y'all are saying about yourselves and the ancestors when you say things like that. When you say a black man speaking out against degeneracy, cultural Marxism, communism, things that are objectively bad for the black American community, and then also saying that it's a tool of white supremacy, you are inherently saying that the things that we believe are things that white people want us to believe, or things that without white people we wouldn't believe. And when you look at it this way, are you telling me that if white people didn't intervene or be the puppet masters that you think they are as far in black American life, that we wouldn't be civil towards one another, that we wouldn't have respect for one another, we wouldn't be cordial with one another, we wouldn't know how to act in public, that we need the all-seeing, all-knowing white man to dictate our behaviors? That's my thing. How is it that you have now reduced black people wanting other black people to behave decently as a tool or an arm of white supremacy? What about white supremacist ideology says that black people need to be as proper as possible? What about white supremacist ideology says black American businesses should shop with other black American businesses and black American consumers should invest in black American businesses? What about white supremacy says that black Americans shouldn't murder their own at the rate that they do, abort the babies at the rate that they do? Like, what? Show me this extremely obviously pro-black white supremacist. Show me the white supremacist that is saying in the name of white supremacy that black people need to do better. Do y'all not understand what y'all say? Like, when y'all say these things, like, you attribute me holding my people in a high regard, especially based upon our history and what our ancestors were able to get done 100 years ago, 150 years ago, 200 years ago, based upon all of the things that I know about all of the ingenuity and determination, resilience, and work ethic of our people, that I'm holding us to that standard, is now synonymous with white supremacy. That's insane to me, because then you would have to also take it to its logical conclusion and to say that being what they would call unapologetically black, which is basically being irate in public, being uncivil towards one another, not having any decorum, not having any coof, not having any enterprising, mindsets, not thinking about black American economics, not thinking about black American culture, not thinking about making these concerted efforts, being intentional, and all of the things that I'm saying. Like, now that's supposedly pro-black. The things that cause our destruction and further our demise and perpetuate a bunch of bullshit is supposed to be the things that are actually pro-black. Do y'all not understand that you have actually adopted white supremacist ideology? If that's what you believe, and we all know that white supremacy, under what y'all believe, is supposed to be the destruction of all black people. If I am telling you to buy land and grow your own food, be self-sufficient, be self-governing, et cetera, and that is, in your mind, white supremacy, what about you aiding and abetting degenerate behavior that has killed more of us than we've ever seen in American history? Tell me how. How? That doesn't make any sense. It does not compute. If white supremacy is supposed to wipe us out, and the things that you believe are actively wiping us out, wouldn't that make you a white supremacist? wouldn't that mean that you and white supremacists are actually more aligned ideologically? Wouldn't the white supremacists want you to behave animalistically? Wouldn't the white supremacists want you to be uh, uh, uncivil? Wouldn't the white supremacists want you to be murderous against your own? Wouldn't the white supremacists want you to abort your babies? Wouldn't the white supremacists want you to destroy yourself? So, me over here telling you to grow your own fruits and berries and raise your own livestock and all that other shit, that's white supremacy. But you sound like a Klan member when it's time to defend black people. They don't know no better. It's all the white man's fault. The white man is all powerful. You sound exact like you are actually upholding white supremacy. I don't think people even understand the cruel irony in that shit. That all of the people that be pushing that unapologetically black shit, you know, acting irate, doing a bunch of bullshit, not thinking about the future, not applying delayed gratification, not applying group economics, not applying voting for your own interest, using the two political parties against each other to be able to get what you need and want politically, you having love and respect for your fellow man, like, it's so bugged out to be like, y'all are really the white supremacists for real. Like, I realized that this week. Y'all are actually the white supremacists. For all of that shit y'all be talking. Y'all, like, not y'all. I told y'all I was gonna work on that. These people are the actual white supremacists. For real. Like, all of the people that are okay with what's going on in our communities, that's okay with our statistics right now, and are making excuses about it and blaming other things other than putting the responsibility on black Americans, you are a white supremacist. Just in blackface. I don't care all of the name calling that you do and all of that. Your ideological beliefs line up with Klan members more than mine. There is no Klan member that wants safe and secure black American communities. There's no white supremacist that wants, you know, solid black American economics. It's not happening. If they are an enemy to black Americans, they don't want us to survive and thrive. They want us to destroy ourselves. And look at the shit that these people are you know, are accepting of. It's bugged out to me. So that was my introductory rant. I had to get that off, man. Let's get to the chat. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Yo, Tap, what's going on to the watcher? Lucky Lawrence says, Roy Clay Sr. in Oakland was doing the same thing in the IT space. Okay. I got a... what you talking about, Lucky? Doing what in the IT space? Cliff Plans, Houston, Texas says, facts definitely definitely always motivated from hearing and relating to these stories from their ancestors. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. These are your people. You're supposed to be proud of them. They did it for us. They did it for you. I promise you that. I'm telling you, I talk to the ancestors every day. The ancestors talk to me every day. And I'm here to tell you, yo, they did all of that amazing shit for us to see it, for us to know it. We were the number one priority. When it came down to our ancestors' achievements and accomplishments, the number one reason why they did it was to make sure that we knew that they did it and that we can and do it and supersede it, replicate it and supersede it. That is why they did it, man. And I'm here every day to remind y'all of that. I don't care how many people are going to be in here. I don't care if it's 6 or 6,000. I'm going to be in here saying the same things and pushing the same agenda that the ancestors want me to. I have been absolutely compelled by the ancestors to share their stories, to share their ideologies. Real rap, like it's further, like it's much deeper than just sharing history for me. Real rap, like this is something that I truly believe is one of my callings, one of my purposes out here. Too much of our history has been bastardized. Too much of our history has been forgotten. just to time. People not upholding these things. We have to be able to restore this. We have to be able to bring this to the forefront. I've been black my whole life. I've been in black American neighborhoods my whole life. And knowing what I know now, knowing how I was raised, knowing what I saw growing up, and even what I see to this day, I'm telling you, not knowing our history has been one of the major catalysts as to why black Americans on the decline, on the opposite or the negative side of things, that is why it has been able to, permeate for all of this time. I'm telling you, for a fact. I'm not ever going to sit here and act like everything was peachy keen in black America historically. We're always going to have situations, good and bad, that we got to go through. But when I tell you about the ethos, that withstands everything. Being able to keep your ethos intact is the history. That is what allows the growth. That is what allows the success. Being able to triumph over whatever obstacles that you have. It's the ethos, yo. And your ethos comes from your history. Our ethos has been just remixed to a way to where it makes you prideful. Well, not you, but people prideful on doing nothing, achieving nothing. We learned last night that in black towns, you could not live in a black town as a man without a job. That was a rule. You were going to be excommunicated and exiled out of this place if you could not maintain a job. That was the cultural standards that we had. So this is not just one household that I'm talking about. This is not anecdotal. These are black towns established by black American men and women who made the rules of this town. They could have said, oh, it's okay to be unemployed. They could have said it's okay to be a drunkard. They could have said it's okay to be a criminal. They could have said it's okay to be a vagrant. But they didn't. They explicitly said the opposite. And they did it for good reason. These are the standards that our ancestors set for each other. To not carry those same standards into the 21st century is a travesty, because too much of the bullshit is now just accepted. I'm not ever going to sit here and think that there will be no murders, that there will be no drug addicts and drug sales and no crime at all. However, when we have now accepted levels of our criminality as a part of our ethos, that's when we have a problem. And again, it's just the generational game of telephone that I was talking about. Because being defiant in the name of opposing an oppressive force is a good thing. When somebody's objectively trying to strip you of your human rights, you have and it's a cop or a governmental entity, you have every right to defend yourself. You have every right to be defiant of that, because that's tyranny. But now the generational game of telephone has transformed this, this righteous, act into something to where it's like, well, this motherfucker said something to me that I didn't like. He disrespected me. He made me feel a particular way. I don't like the way he's looking at me. I don't like how much money he has. I don't like him. Therefore, I'm righteous for murdering him. And then all of the different layers of glorification of that particular behavior. That is what I'm talking about. Murders happened. There was black on black murders in the 1900s. Excuse me, in the 19th century. There were black men murdering black men as early as the 1700s, bro. Like that's going to happen. Murder is going to happen. But glorifying it, I don't think that's where, I don't think that's something that we should be doing. And we didn't do that. We had cops and robbers. We already know we had Ace Harlem, had all of that. We understand that crime was a thing, but the criminal got so much more popular. The criminal got way more popular. And again, it's just the bastardization of the revolutionary era. You had a bunch of black men and women that was willing to die for their people against a tyrannical government, or at least a government that they perceived as tyrannical, making concerted efforts to protect their community from the police, from politicians and the government. Black Panthers had police patrols where they would drive around following police, and if a police officer pulled somebody over, they would pull over behind the police officer just to make sure that everything was, on the up and up. That's what we were doing. The quote unquote crash outs. Our ancestral crash outs were college students. Were black American men and women who went to class but bought rifles and trained and made sure that they were prepared to protect themselves and their community. That's what our crash outs were doing. They were young, late teens, early 20s, young people willing to kill and die to protect their community. Now, we have even younger people willing to kill and die in the name of destroying and terrorizing their community. It's completely backwards. My job, your job, is to know the truth and walk in that. And now listen, I'm going to listen to Freddie Gibbs. I'm going to listen to Griselda. I'm going to listen to, all of the music that I listen to. Now, I don't get into like this, the crazy murderous drill rap. I don't find any enjoyment in that. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't listen to gangster rap. But it's like, when it comes down to what I talk about publicly, what I push publicly most of the time when you hear me speak, it's going to be Black American traditionalism. If you could put words together in a dope way, I'm going to listen to your music. But if you think I'm going to be like pushing for more drug dealers or pushing for more gangsters in real life, like, no. I always have said, I'm not going to say always, but for the past few years, I've been having this whole idea that gangster music or gangster rap should just be treated like gangster movies. It's all fake. It's all entertainment. No more authenticity. It's all about believability. It's all about your ability to convey the underworld in the most believable way possible. Just like Al Pacino, Joe Pesci, Robert De Niro, and them were able to portray Italian gangsters, and they were theater kids, essentially. They were actors. It's almost believable. Like not almost believable. Like, you believe it. Like, you believe that Robert De Niro actually ran a casino. You feel me? Like, you believe that, he was a part of the Lufthansa heist. So, like, that's my whole thing. I think that'll be better. So where now everybody can get their thespian on. Like, I mean, half the gangster rappers is not even gangster anyway. They just might have grew up in the ghetto. You dig? So if it's no longer expected for gangster rappers to be quote unquote authentic and you just be believable in playing your role, I feel like that does make a shift. I don't want, kids in the ghetto to think that they gotta shoot or get into crime or get into gangster shit, in order to make gangster music. Nah, that'd be like saying, like I said, Robert De Niro had to actually be an Italian gangster to play one. Nah, it should all be make-believe. All of it. If you got a real story coming out of the ghetto, tell your story. Don't get me wrong. If you are authentic and if you are coming from those places, tell your story. But, also, keep it 100, man. Keep it 100 about your life. Like, you don't, I hope you don't want to keep being a criminal. You want to be able to get rich off this music. You want to be able to change your life off the music. Now, if you know, going to try to do both, then, that's the risk you going to carry, and getting jammed up with the police. But, the music shouldn't be illegal. I don't think so. I think gangster music can stay. But we gotta stop the criminality in the streets. In real life, we gotta drop those rates drastically. And I'm gonna stand on that. No matter what, they try to call me or whatever, I'm gonna stand on that. So I got a few things that I put in the bookmarks. We're gonna go through it. So we're gonna start with this one, y'all. We're gonna start with this. Listen, I have a major problem with this. I'm glad it was community noted, but I have a major problem with this. We have to stop. We have to stop with the lies and the AI when it comes to history. We have to. This is a serious problem. I know I make fun of the silly stories like Pierre Neptune and Willie Techman Jenkins and all of that other stuff because, I'm a clown on it. But I really want y'all to be aware of this. As people who are, my viewers and who watch the stream and rock with my content, please be wary of this AI stuff, yo. I need y'all to be more aware of the AI when it comes to history. Because what's going to be coming down the pike and what's already happening is that there are going to be total remixes of our history based upon AI. People are walking around right now actively believing that this photo is authentic and real. Just like there are people who are walking around thinking that a man named Willie Techman Jenkins actually existed. And thinks that a man by the name of Pierre Neptune actually created Hennessy. This is only going to get worse the more and more people buy into this garbage. We have to not fuck with this type of stuff, yo. This is terrible. This is going to, we already see what Black American history has been used as a weapon. Okay? They have been using our history against Black Americans for decades now. We do not need an added element of a bunch of backward Facebook people, you feel me, telling us about how black cowgirls or a black man, created the first drone technology and all of that other stuff. Like, we do not need that. We don't need that. Because, son, what's going to happen is that there are going to be kids who believe this garbage. And then they're going to, bring it to their classmates or bring it to their teacher or whoever. And they're going to be told that that's not true. So now you have in effect, demoralized the kid because he walked around thinking something dope that he thought was dope at least. And now you got to burst his bubble because it was all a lie. Like, it's so many negative implications of this. Like, when it starts to go viral, and people are actually believing this shit, like, it could get bad, son. It's going to get bad, and that's the reason why I want y'all to be, like, vigilant on this shit. For real. Like, black cow, like, this is nuts. And I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all know I did a rudimentary study on Black American cowboys. And ain't no women come up. I'm not gonna say not a lot of women came up as it pertains to the handling on ranches. I did not read one single black woman's name. Wives and all of that, yeah, for sure. But like famous cowgirls, no. And if you were to look it up right now, you're gonna get Stagecoach Mary, who was not a cowgirl. You're gonna get I think the closest I got was a woman by the name of Nellie Brown, and I can't find any primaries on her. Just a photo. The only thing I got on Nellie Brown is a photo. But I haven't seen in all of the books that I read about black cowboys, I didn't read of notable women. Not to say that women weren't there at all, but I didn't see any. So just off, like, again, it's just more lies. Now, if I had to guess, I would say that there had to have been some, just off of the strength. But there are men who wrote books, like, you know what I'm saying, like they were notable. What was his name? Bill Pluckett. Like, it was a bunch of men. I had put them in the Black American Self Defense video. So yeah, man, just be aware of that, yo, because AI coming for our history is the worst thing possible. And as you can see, it's quote unquote black pages pushing this bullshit, which makes it even more egregious. Shout out to Chad O. Jackson. We'll get to him in a second. But this is what Charleston White had to say.
The nigga
Been through our excuses. We've been through so much.
we ain't been through shit. Who is we? The nigga have been through shit. The nigga ain't been through nothing. He got free education. He got to go skating. He got to say F you white people. He got to talk back to the police. The nigga never had that. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Give a fuck what you say, nigga. One of them is a race of people who was in bondage and enslaved. Another one is a group of people who is everything that they said those people were, but were not. We are ignorant. Those people wasn't. We're savages. Those people wasn't. We're animalistic. Those people wasn't. We deserve what they got. They deserve what we have. So how can we be offended by a word we're not being called? A word that we're proud of. What's up, man? A word that we're proud of. And they're not using this word as this word was applied to these people.
Yeah.
This word is being applied with congratulatory. So how can we, come on, we are oxymorons as a race of people.
I got a lot of Mexican friends that say nigga.
Yeah, and they start talking about letting, like, certain white people say nigga around him. I ain't with that. But that's what I was saying earlier. Like, when it came down to, you know, whites, like, that's the thing that just bugs me out. Like, it was being able to be thwarted for 100 years, from 1865 to 1965. All of those racist stereotypes that they put on black people were able to be defeated by black Americans in our, you know, just behaviors, just overcoming them stereotypes because they just weren't true to those same stereotypes now being synonymous to what being a real nigga is and being authentically black is. That to me, for me, is the wildest shit. Real rap, son. Like, and I think about that. I think about, yo, what if Booker T. Washington, with all of the ingenuity that he had, actually had all of these technological advances? Like, what would he be able to accomplish? What would all of the black men and women who were doing all of those amazing things that we read about on the streams every day, in the books and all of that every day, what if they had iPhones in their pocket? What if they had high-speed internet? What if they was able to have, you know, cashless, you know, transactions like through like Bitcoin and shit like that? Like, what would the ancestors do with crypto? What would they do with the Robinhood app? What would they do with all of the just the technological resources available to us that many people just take for granted? I wonder how the ancestral black American restaurants would have responded to DoorDash and Uber Eats. I wonder how the black American car companies, the black American people who created ride sharing in the first place would have responded to turning that into an actual business. We know that just due to the Montgomery bus boycotts. Black Americans were literally ride sharing in this town. People who worked in the morning got driven to work by people who worked at night and vice versa, or people who stayed at home. Ride sharing, and they would charge the same amount that they would charge for a bus ride. So keep gas in the tank, make a little profit. Everybody is still to be able, like I said, self-reliant. Self-reliance. Being able to rely on self. Rely on your community. That's what it's about. So when I look at all of this stuff, I wonder, son. Like I dead ass wonder, like what would the ancestors have been able to get accomplished with 3D printers? Like with their ingenuity in the way that they viewed things. Because there's literal footage of Black American scientists, Black American inventors, Black American, tradesmen, agriculturalists. And I also wonder the reverse. Like, what if millennials, young Gen X's, Gen Z were put in the 19th century? Would they have accomplished the same things the ancestors did? It's like an ancestral Freaky Friday. You know what I'm saying? So like if you put a bunch of young Gen X, all of the millennials, and then the older Gen Zs in the 1870s, how do you think that's going to fare? So people from the 1870s are in 2025, and the people in 2025 are in the 1870s. Man, it's going bad. It's going bad for the 21st century people. It's bad. You gotta grow your own food. It's going to be a very small amount of people. Like, it's just going to be flipped on its ear. It's going to be the complete opposite. So for all of the people that weren't industrious and didn't know how to, grow their own food and be self-sufficient back then in the 19th century, that very small percentage of people, that would be the same amount of people that would actually get it done inside of the Gen X, the Gen Z, the Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z group. Just that small amount of them would be able to get it done. Because we see there's people today that do own land and still grow their own and make their own clothes and stuff like that. But that's a very small group in comparison. They're going to be done for, Jack. They're going to be done for out there. They ain't going to know what to do. Because all of the life's amenities has made it much easier for them to just float through life with no intention. Like, there's legit people out here every day that just wake up, do nothing, and go to sleep. And they're able to do it based upon society now. Real rap. And it's so bugged out to me that when we are looking at photos and videos of people who lived in these rural areas and turned them into entire bustling towns, son, like, it blows my mind. It truly does. It truly does, man. So what we got next, man? Is that it? Oh yeah, I wanted to watch this Chad video with y'all.
Happened in real life. What
Chad don't be.
And I know what some of y'all are thinking. Okay, well, isn't it true that Martin Luther King brought the? And I know what some of y'all are thinking. Well, isn't it true that Martin Luther King brought the racists together and brought about? No, he didn't. He did not. That's not a thing that happened in real life. What Martin Luther King did is gave you the facade of improved race relations. It's not improved. It's not improved at all. You mean to tell me that an example of improved race relations is white people walking on eggshells around black people for fear as to not to offend them or say the wrong thing?
Good job, CNN. Let's have first block say the Muslim guy should be blown up. I apologize on TV.
Don't say then. Wow. I apologize.
That's improved? Or black people who feel as if they're entitled, who wish a white person would say something.
What you just said right here, apologize, but I will tell you, I don't accept that apology.
That's improved race relations?
They're the ones who decided to roll back DEI.
Demanding that we get DEI. Demanding that we teach CRT in schools. Our history. Demanding. That's improved race relations?
Focusing on AP African.
We show evidence in our film on how blacks and whites were genuinely coming together without the marching, without the activism, without the nonsense. were by their own merit coming together and repealing Jim Crow laws where they existed at the private and local level. This was happening. It was happening gradually and incrementally from the 1890s up to 1954, before the Brown v. Board of Education and before the popularization of Martin Luther King Jr. This was already happening. What MLK was able to do under the behest of Stanley Levison, Bayard Rustin, Clarence B. Jones, Ella Baker, and other communists was to expand the role of the federal government, pass legislation with language in there that goes after bigots and racists and all this other nonsense, and thereby having you believe that Martin Luther King is responsible for bringing the racists together. When in reality, if not for the Civil Rights Movement, if not for Martin Luther King Jr., what was already happening before him would have continued happening to a point where Jim Crow laws would have been completely just gone, either publicly or quietly. Either way, you wouldn't have had what ended up happening, which is the shifting of the black mindset. The black mindset shifted as a result of the Civil Rights Movement and the subsequent black militant movement, where the spirit of entitlement was instilled in black culture. And as a result of this indulgence culture, the black community took a turn for the worse. You went from 3 out of 4 black children growing up in a 2-parent household to a point now where 70+% of black children are growing up in single mother households, where many black children can't read or do math at grade level. You have all these disparities and gaps and all these other issues that are not the result of systemic racism, but are the result of a disgusting, destructive culture. That's the result of the Civil Rights Movement. It just is what it is.
Hold on. So this is what I'm saying. This is another person who has studied the history and has come back with the same thing. Before I got in tune with Chad O. Jackson, I was saying, yo, my interest of scholarship just drops off at 1965. It had nothing. I didn't even attach it to the Civil Rights Movement. I didn't, like, maybe loosely, but I didn't even go in depth the way Chad did. I just had, like, just naturally this aversion to reading further after 1965. Because I already knew, like, once you got to the 80s and shit like that, you know, it was already way, way off the reservation. But, like, I seen it just through little things. Like, one of the stats that stuck out to me was that from 1899 to 1970, black women were the most married demographic in this country. Straight up and down. Black women were getting married more than white women from 1899 to 1970. You dig what I'm saying? And so again, it just these the other video that I told y'all about when it came down to him bragging about integration, and then we looked at the chart, or poverty levels during segregation versus integration, and we seen on the chart that poverty levels dropped way sharper during segregation than integration. In 10 years, it took 30 years after integration to mimic the progress or the dropping of poverty levels in 10 years of segregation. Because black Americans gaining education, gaining economics, building businesses, and all of that were able to rise or raise themselves out of poverty privately through private citizenry. So after we get forced integration, after we get the Civil Rights Bill in 1964, 1965, we see, like Chad says, a shift in mindset. And people are more and more waking up to that fact. People who have reverence for the ancestors and also just have reverence for decency. People who were cool with hip-hop and R&B all throughout the 90s and 2000s, 2010s, and now seeing in the 2020, like, there's a degenerate energy going on. People that were just cool. Like, they didn't have, you know, any strong convictions or anything like that. They were just decent people. And now even those people are seeing the degeneracy at all-time highs. It's always been a slippery slope for the past 6 decades. Just chipping away more and more at the ethos of black Americans. to where now it's completely unrecognizable in the general sense, unfortunately. And I'm not sitting here talking about like individual people who get up and go to work every day. Like, listen, everybody got a life to live. But when it comes down to the ethos, what actually is important, the things are not as important as they were 100 years ago. They just not. 100 years ago, making sure that you bought from a black business was like a duty. Let me show you. Is it this one? Look at this. This is a real ad in the newspaper letting you know. We realize that the ultimate hope for racial progress rests upon an economic foundation. Let me read that again. The ultimate hope for racial progress rests upon an economic foundation. They didn't say a damn thing about white people. They didn't say a damn thing about racism. They didn't say nothing of the sort. And all of these subsequent businesses down here are black owned. We must have capital invested in Negro business. We must have Negroes drawing salaries from Negro business. So we got to have not only businesses, but people being able to be employed by these businesses. We must have cooperation between Negro businessmen. And we must have the support of all Negroes, especially the professional group, which is supported almost entirely by Negroes. Negroes must go out of their way to buy from Negro business places. But we realize that in doing so, Negroes make opportunities for their children. By doing so, Negroes keep money in their own circle. The money that otherwise trickles into the coffers of big interest and returns to Negroes only in the form of the meager salaries of porters and char women. The hope of the Negro is in successful Negro business. Cooperate with Negro business. Go out of your way to patronize progressive Negro business places. This is what the ancestors were on. What year was this? 1928. 1928. And these are all of the black businesses. They immediately, they sound like me. No lie, I'm not sitting there trying to toot my own horn because I'm pretty sure they sound like you too. But every single time that I talk about the ancestors, don't I always say that they're thinking about the future? So it says, but we realize that in doing so, Negroes make opportunities for their children. The future. This is what I'm talking about, son. This is what the ancestors were talking about. It rests upon economic progress. Straight up and down. You got some other stuff too in the archives, man. I be in the archives all day, man. Just searching through stuff. Just searching. I was looking up the mobs. I was looking at a whole bunch of stuff. The Watcher says, the shift in mindset goes hand in hand with government policies. Yeah, I dig what you're saying, man. I hear that. I just also know that there's a responsibility in all of us. Because it's like, you still know what's right and what's wrong, despite the government. You know, the government can't make you be pro-criminal. You know, the government can't make you a degenerate. It just can't. It doesn't come from that. I tell people all the time, like, when we get to talking about the hood and all of that, like, yo, what made the houses, the majority of the houses that were in the hood, impervious to criminality? Despite them living in these same areas, what made them so special that they walked past and didn't indulge in the criminality? So with all of the crime that's going on, with all of the drugs, all of that stuff, most people in these neighborhoods didn't indulge. Most. So 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 people don't indulge. It's just that, that minority of people, they fuck it up for the rest of us. And I do believe that when it comes down to other things, you are right. Like I said, building highways through black neighborhoods, not, our black American veterans not being able to take advantage of the GI Bill. Things like that for sure. I agree with you 100%. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ethos changing. Because a black man who doesn't, get any of the benefits of the GI Bill doesn't turn to murdering and robbing his own community because of that. Some, I guess, but for the most part, that's not happening, man. That's not happening. And you already know. I'm mumbling my words. Sorry. You already know, like when it comes to corrupt police officers and all of that as well, that plays a part as well. Let's see what we got in the chat. Hold on. Sammy says I would put. Wait. Well, the Watcher says the culture was engineered to be where it's at today. Yeah. It was engineered. It was engineered. Let's think about that. Okay. I believe, I agree. What's the solution? In your estimate? Because while I agree that there's a lot of engineering that goes on, I do believe that there's a lot of free will that's not being taken advantage of. Yeah, for sure. There are going to be structural things that happen that will influence people's behaviors, for sure. But when we're talking about those same influences on the other side, you have to remember that there wasn't a single time in Black American history where these policies were proposed or these social engineers, were spoken out against. I talk about situations like where Chief Sam, he was convincing a whole bunch of Black Americans through Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas to move to Africa, and there was a bunch of Black Americans saying no, that's not a good idea. When it comes down to the 1994 crime bill, the Congressional Black Caucus, they were all for it. And then you had Black Americans who were against it. So I understand what y'all are talking about. But again, I just don't absolve all of the things from Black America. You gotta accept that there were willing participants in a lot of this. Sammy says, I will push back. If the government ships your job overseas, institutes welfare to incentivize your women to single motherhood and entices your only form of income via drug dealing. What? I guess, question. Government can change. Yeah, for sure. But again, it starts off with being able to respond in a way that's not going to be a detriment to you. So, the deindustrialization, I agree. Taking the factories out of our cities led to a bunch of unemployment among Black men, especially because that was a lot of the work that they were doing. They were working in the factories, manufacturing. And one of the things that just historically has been a thing was that Black American industrialists always emphasize Black Americans being able to work in these factories. So while having, these white competitors, they're shipping their jobs overseas, it would have behooved Black American industrialists, Black American industrialism to stay stateside and continue the employment of black men. Unfortunately, once the integration happened and a lot of the black American dollars left the communities, it was much easier just to work for the white man. And so again, I'm not sitting here saying that there weren't external or third party issues, for sure. However, I do believe that there were certain things economically black Americans could have done and can still do. Watcher says most still don't, right? I think he's talking about selling drugs or whatever. Yeah, most still don't, for sure. I guess your point is that still is consistent. Yeah, for sure. And with that, I do believe that the degenerate culture has become way more popular, and way more influential. So even though most people still don't sell drugs and commit crimes, the culture has 100% adopted criminality as a part of it. Let's see what else we got here. You're either going to buckle and become an addict or an alcoholic. Pray you can retool and pivot or become a dealer to have some semblance of being a viable provider, for sure. But then you also have the ability to, get a trade. And I always, even in on my pin thread on my Twitter, like Walter E. Williams has an entire documentary about this, where racist unions and licensing laws had locked black men out of the workforce, the raising of minimum wage, and then, of course, the government incentivizing black women to kick the man out to be able to get, government support, housing, food stamps, things like that. So these things 100% were an attack on black America. But what you guys are not understanding is that there were black American voters who thought this was a good idea and voted for it. When it comes down to the black American support of like FDR, he had an entire Negro cabinet. Like, black Americans were proposed these things and they voted for it. Now, they couldn't possibly, know all the things that were going to come about as a result of voting for it. But then you also had black Republicans and black Americans who were against it. And they spoke out against it. So, again, I'm not, I'm not absolving the government at all. They 100% robbed black America. They 100% played a major role in this culture shift, for sure. I just don't want people to get it misconstrued and saying that, black people were powerless in all of this stuff. There were things that black Americans were actively opposing during these times. And it just, it just didn't win out. Let's see. Sammy says that's a fair take. It's still individual responsibility, but I can't let it go unsaid what was done via government. For sure, fuck the government. You'll never have me caping for the government. They can hollow out an entire economy, which they're doing even now to white America, for sure. I believe that they just, hate their population, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, man, like you'll never hear me say things like, yo, it's not the government's fault. Like, wherever it is the government's fault, it's 100% the government's fault. For sure. For sure. And I tell people all of the time, like, when we talking about the tyrannical government, there's only one solution to it, and that's the people standing up against it. That's it. That's the only way that you're going to be able to combat this. You have to be vehemently against these things. That's all. So yeah, fuck the government. You know what I'm saying? Never caping for the government, man. I believe in limited government. I want the government involved as little as possible. I don't want them in our pockets. I don't want them in my bedroom. I don't want them in my living room. I don't want them in our schools. I'm good with all of that. The only thing that I want the government to do is uphold the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, do things like this, like the Library of Congress, keeping record of, newspapers and books and stuff like that. Like, yeah, like you could do all of that, but like inducing or dictating rather, you know, people's behavior economically, socially, culturally, no, I'm not with that. For sure, Watcher, for sure. I'm with you too, bro. I'm with you too. This is such an honest dialogue. I think Booker's view was that we should be recession proof even if these recessions are induced by the government. I mean, I think that for me has always been the model. When we're looking at particular demographics, it's like by and large, a lot of these people are recession proof. That no matter what is going down, they're able to shake it, shake Harlem shake through it. I tell you guys about Father Devon. He was able to house, clothe, feed, and help thousands of people during the Great Depression, where everybody was going through hell. He was able to sustain his people. He had his own stores. He had his own coal, so they can survive the winter. He price controlled everything, so he dabbled in a little bit of socialism just to keep things afloat during the Great Depression. So he didn't raise prices on eggs, bread, groceries, and stuff like that. Didn't raise prices on haircuts or whatever it is, clothes. People were able to be sustained during the harshest times, harshest economic times. One of the harshest economic times in our history. I'll also tell you guys about how the United True Reformers, they had a bank, and Reverend Brown was able to or loan money to the Richmond School Board to stay afloat. There was a bank run. A bunch of white banks didn't have any money, but this one black bank in Richmond, Virginia did. He did. I could show it to you. That's what I'm gonna start doing too. I be just yapping, and I don't even be trying to show proof just because I'm so used to reading this stuff. But we can go into it. It's in the Negro in Business. Let's go. Negro in Business PDF. Yes, sir. Already purple, of course, because we read it. We read it. Shout out to Booker T. Washington. Let's get right to it. I can show y'all. Let's see. Let's just look up Richmond. I think that should be in the. Is that okay? It's gonna be whack. I'm gonna have to download it. Wait, is this the right one? I think it is. All of this stuff be kept in the archives, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is it. This is the book. We should read this book too, chat. The Negro in Business by Booker T. Washington. Come on, why is it lagging? I want to go to the table of contents because I know I'll just be able to go straight to dude's story. Let's see. Junius G. Grove, shout out to him. Successful caterer, hotel keeper, town builder, undertaker, banker. I think it's this chapter. 110. I want to say, yeah. I don't think he had his. Did he have his own chapter? Let me check. 110. Keep 110 in mind. Business League, business community. All right, so yeah. So we go to page 110. Let's see. I know I read it in this book specifically. Okay. Yep. This is it. I knew I was going to find it. So let me find it in the chapter. This is primary source, by the way. Always keep a primary source. Yo, do I have I think I got a fly in here, bro. Summertime. Where is it? Yeah, yep, here we go. I think we're getting it. During the next 5 years, the bank continued to prosper, notwithstanding the panic of 1893, in which 1,100 banks throughout the country are said to have closed their doors. The First National Bank of Birmingham White failed and filled the people with fright. They crowded to the colored bank, demanding their money, but such was the confidence in its officers that their word that the bank was all right persuaded the people not to withdraw their money. Mm-hmm. Where we at? Gotta find it. Did I skip it already? I might have skipped it. But yeah, it was in 1893. And it was in here. It would have been much easier if I could just search through the PDF, but hold on, let me see. Just download it. See if that'd be a little bit easier. It's gonna be the same thing. Oh, what a goof. It was in this book. Oh man. It's somewhere in this specific chapter. I may have skipped it already. I don't think it was this deep in the chapter. But yeah, it was the school board needed money. I wanted to say exactly what they needed. Because it was like the equivalent of like $350,000 or something like that. Hold on. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to search it on my phone because I got it in my digital library. And it'll be much easier. But yeah. So going back to that whole point of being recession proof is 100% possible, yo. It's like it's 100% possible to be recession proof as a people. It is. And I just be wanting people to know, like, these concerted efforts is not just to browbeat black people into, behaving or believing a particular way. It's like, yo, this stuff is actually for your advancement. Like, this actually helps. Yo, did I tell you that W.E.B. Du Bois wrote a book called The Negro in Business after Booker T. Washington did it? I know he had like a love-hate relationship with Booker T. He had to. So no. All right. Because this is his bank right here. Where's he at? Yeah. President of the True Reformers. That's the bank that I'm talking about. Yeah. All right. But this is another good book, man. I'm going to find a page for y'all. And then, somewhere. It's whack that I can't search this document. It'd be much easier. Let's see. Because once you are the means of production, I mean, what can you do to someone like that? Wait. This is such. Oh yeah. So as we said, because once you are the means of production, I mean, what can you do to someone like that? Exactly. Like once you have, you know what I'm saying, the control, like vertical integration. Like if you, let's just think about clothing, right? If you have the cotton, the bamboo, and other natural, crops that actually can be turned into linen, you right now, right then and there, you have the supply, right? Boom, you're growing your own cotton, and then you have your own processing plants to process the cotton. So you have farm hands, you got land, you got all of that, as far as the farming business to even make, grow the cotton. Then you have a processing plant that's going to process the cotton into, different fabrics, different things like that. You can also use cotton oil, cotton seeds, cotton seed oil, and all of that, and then be able to, sell that. Then boom, on the under that level in the in vertical integration, now you have clothing stores that you can now sell for retail price a shirt, pants, outfits, or whatever. So it's completely vertically integrated. There is like, as long as the sun is shining and and it rains, and we still own the land where we grow our our own crops. What is, like, literally what is stopping us from being self-sufficient in that way, in that regard? It only makes sense. And that's what we need more of. That's all. That's what we need more of. That's all. It's in here somewhere, chat. I know it is. What else? What else? Still looking. The entire school board came to him, yo. It was incredible. I'm also going to take some stories out of this book and start posting them. This book has gems in it. Like, even though I'm scrolling through all of this trying to look at for a specific for a specific bank, I'm like, it's mad banks just being talked about in this book, or in this chapter rather. Mount Bayou. Shout out to Mount Bayou. Shame the way it fell, but salute for them even lasting for as many years as they did. Where is it? Come on. Yeah, we were just talking about Maggie Walker last night. She had her bank as well. Another thing that I want to start getting better at is being able to just, like, remember these people just off of their photos. And then all of these. So is this the end of the chapter? Yeah. But then the banker has his own chapter after that. Shout out to the photos. I know it's in here, chat. I'm not crazy, chat. I'm telling you, it's in here. It's in here. It is in here. I know it is. I'm going to find it. Because this is going to bug me now. Because I'm like, this is going to bug me. I got to find this. I have to find the part in the book where they talk about this. Immediately. I will not let this go. It's going to bug me if I don't show y'all. It is. Because I know I'm not tripping. I know I seen it. I mean, I did a whole video about it. So I had to. I did a whole video on Reverend Brown about it. Like, It's crazy. Because he did his thing with the true reformers. I got a whole video also, I'm letting y'all know, I got a whole video about Black American fraternal orders in general that is going to, I think y'all going to love it. Truly. Where is it? All right, I'm going to find it on my phone. So I was going through in the archives looking for success stories, and I think I found some good ones. There was this lady. She had a successful business. I was reading about it. Was it on? I think it was on page 1. Okay. We'll get to it. Okay. So is it gonna load? What's going on? Why is it not clicking? I need this to load up. Like, what's going on? All right. Hold on. I think I'm... Why is it not loading up? What is going on, son? There we go. Successful Negro manufacturer. So let's see what we got here. So it says the fundamentals. Oh, geez, Louise. The fundamentals of a successful Negro manufacturer. Within a few years, Mr. Haynes has become famous as a razor strop manufacturer. Special sales on his strop in leading New York department stores, also used by some of the royal families of Europe, opens a new place on Broadway. Oh, wow. Never heard of him. Special to the statesman. When a businessman grows from a small workshop in a dingy basement to a manufacturing plant requiring an int day, I don't know. What does that say? I don't know. Requiring cent day business systems has established that. No, I'm gotta be tripping. Is this what it? Yeah, there we go. Cause I was like, what's going on? Requiring a large number of skilled workmen, and from an output of a few razor strops a day to a volume of 1,000 a day, such business has written the history, has solved the problem, has worked out the policies, has employed the methods that make for success. Can these methods be reduced to certain factors which may be called the constant of manufacturing success? The primary elements of profitable business. Just as naysayers, no, excuse me, is that what does it say? Assayers determines the elements composing the alloy. So analysis can be determine the factors, personal and material, that compound business success. Organization and exactness or method have contributed to lift business to the plane of science. Present day business systems have established that every cause has its immutable effect. That every result is rooted logically in its certain cause. Answer to these questions, therefore, lies in the analytical study of a typical business that has attained well-grounded success. And as every success invariably has behind it one foremost human personality, which accomplishes. We take pride in calling our many readers' attention to the well-known manufacturer, Mr. H.C. Haynes, the razor strop genius. Let's go back down. Mr. Haynes was for a number of years the head of the H.C. Haynes Razor Strop Company of Chicago, Illinois, which was founded by him and is yet in which was founded by him and is yet in existence at 60 Wabash Avenue, Chicago. Mr. Haynes disposed of his interests in Chicago, January 15th, 1907. Moving to New York, he launched a company known as the New York Razor Strop Company at 134 William Street, which he is a president and treasurer. The company did a very large business during the past season. It is said that their business amounted to more than $17,000. The new place to be opened April 1st, North 335 Broadway, to be known as the Haynes Razor Strop Company, will be devoted to only mail order. Going back up. Let's see. To a mail order business, making a specialty of only one strop and razor. The strop is Mr. Haynes' latest creation in strop manufacturing. Every good feature which experience and judgment could suggest to make a practical, ready-for-use razor strop has been incorporated in this strop. All the leading New York department stores has been running special sales on the strop for the past 2 months, and it has met with considerable favor. From an obscure basement workshop in Chicago a few years ago to an establishment on Broadway, having attained the distinction as one of the leading concerns of its kind in the country, have pursued parallel paths to success. Mr. Haynes has made a life study of the business of which he is connected. He has been wrestling with the problem for many years to produce a ready-to-use razor strop that could be successfully used immediately after purchase. His superior brand, which is his latest creation, is universally conceded to be the most practical razor strop among all modern attempts at strop making. Being highly endorsed by Francis Haby, who for many years was the private barber to the Kaiser, the Emperor of Germany. Wow. Mr. Hayes' practical knowledge of the process with to carry his strop through gradually gave his strops advantage over that of competitors. He knew just what kind of leather would yield best results. As Mr. Haynes has always been a disciple of the waste not creed, he has believed in economy in the problem of production. He aimed always to reduce waste of material and the waste of labor to the minimum. At the outset, he made himself a master of detail. Adherence to this course constantly has allowed the instituting of economies and the securing of greater results. This rule of economy has kept the working force The rule of economy has kept the working force up to the chalk line, to that standard where every pound of effort has yielded full results. P.S. All those wishing one of Mr. Haynes' great strops and razors will please note his advertisement, which will appear in the next issue of this paper. So this dude started in the basement in Chicago and then had his business on Broadway in New York City, and then had somebody who was the barber of the Emperor of Germany, the barber of the Emperor of Germany, swear by his products in 1908. And they said he started this company years ago. So even if we say he started this company in 1903 or 1900, this is what this black man did. Just super fire. Just a dope manufacturer. He just sold razors. Like, that's what he did. Sold razors. Extremely successful. Internationally known. Internationally known. So what else we got? What else we got? Yo, y'all like my shades? Y'all fucking with my shades? I fuck with these shades. Let's see. Racial progress. Let's see what we got here. Along many lines reported at the Hampton Conference, Dr. Frizzell opened the conference by calling upon the Negro leaders to get together and solve their problems. Preachers and teachers urged to improve their own qualities of leadership and insist on cooperation. Yep, sounds about right. Sounds about ancestor. Sounds about right. You know, I want to hear some more success stories, like for real, for real. What else we got? Yeah, that's why I got the ad from. What else we got, man? We already did that one. That was the black-owned oil company. That was fire. What's this one? Three in the House. There were 3 successful Negro candidates elected as representatives in Maricopa County. No, it's not what I'm looking at. It's not what I'm looking for. What's this one? Negro must educate. Train men make best laborers, says Dr. Booker T. Washington. Yep. Booker T. Washington I already knew he was going to be in here. We'll get to one of those lectures in a second. I want to read more success stories. You know what? We can just look at the Negro in business, to be totally honest, because there's nothing but success stories in that. Well, we can actually do that. Let's see. Let's see. We can go through the table of contents real quick. Because that's what we want. That's what we actually want. All right, let's see. Okay, the Negro Town Builder, we learned about that. Junior Street Groves, we learned about that. The Negro Inventor and Manufacturer, okay. The Negro as a Publisher. Let's do the Negro Inventor and Manufacturer. It's at 138. I know it's not going to be 138, but it'll be closer to 138. All right. Oh, look. Yo, that's crazy. Look who comes up. Mr. H.C. Haynes, the inventor of the Haynes razor strop. Isn't that crazy? It'd be funny stuff like this that I know be looking like I did this on purpose, but I truly didn't. Like that just be happenstance, yo. So if this is this what the chapter is about? Because we already learned about Haynes. That's funny. Yeah, I think this is just about Haynes. So we just get a deeper, like, in-depth story on Haynes. Okay. So we gotta do another one. We gotta do another one. We already learned about Haynes. And you know what's so funny about this? Like, these pictures of those people are not even on Google. All right, so we gotta go back. We gotta go back to the table of contents. Well, no, not really, because I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let's go back, because I'm pretty sure there's somebody else, right? There has to be somebody else in there. Oh, this is still the banking. Yeah, this is still the banking chapter. So 138, right? That was funny, son. Yeah. So let's see if this entire chapter is about H.C. Haynes. Like other, Mr. Haynes declares that he is indebted for his success to the assistance and advice of his wife. Yeah, that's also a common theme. These black men love their wives and listen to their wives and build immense wealth with their wives. It says, it seems characteristic of our businessmen, and this is what makes their stories worth repeating, that they have in almost every case come up from the bottom round of the ladder. Mr. A.C. Howard, the manufacturer of shoe polish in Chicago, is no exception to this rule. He was born a slave in 1863 in Mississippi and was taken by his mother to New Orleans at the end of the war in search for his grandmother, who had been sold away from them. The grandmother was found, and she at once put the boy into day school, which he attended for about 5 years. The rest of his education he secured by reading at odd times. When he was 10 years old, he had to go to work to support his mother. 10 years old, had to go to work for his moms. You know, got to support his moms. And became a Wait, what? Wait. When he was 10 years old, he had to go to work to support his mother and became a cab driver. What? At 10 years old? Sheesh. He worked at this occupation until he had saved enough to take his mother north, and they both went to New Bedford, Massachusetts. The grandmother had already preceded them. The whole family soon settled in Boston. That's crazy. He was a cab driver at 10. Mr. Howard secured a position as a steward on a yacht, where he was soon detailed on account of his politeness and efficiency to wait on the captain. For a while, he worked as a porter on the railroad, but soon returned to the sea, where he was employed by the Portland Steamship Company. Mr. Howard always made it a point to do more than expected of him, and it was not long before he was promoted to a higher position. Let me get the whole page. Sorry, y'all. In 2 years, he became assistant steward of the Portland Line Steamship. But Mr. Howard again returned to the employ of the Pullman Company in which he made so good a record that during his second year, he was detailed to conduct a special Pullman train through Mexico on a tour for 35 days. This was a distinction which indicated the company's confidence in him. This confidence was not a gift, but was founded upon his record. He attributed his success with the Pullman Company to the fact that he made it a point not to complain about conditions which did not please him, but to plan the best remedy for them. In addition, he was polite, faithful, and hardworking. Notwithstanding the success which Mr. Howard won on the road, he was not satisfied. He saw that if he remained with the company for the rest of his life and did the best work that was in him, he could hope to rise no higher than porter. He saw that the best way to open to him to the rise in the world was to go into business, and his shoe polish business is the result. So he had big dreams. So off the rip here, one of the things that Booker T. Washington does very well is to frame work ethic in all of these stories. One thing that you're going to see in this book is that Booker T. Washington is going to highlight particular things. So instead of complaining, instead of being lazy, instead of doing, half-ass work, this person actually, Mr. Howard, actually put forth solutions and was extremely hardworking and put his best foot forward while on the job. He was a hard worker. Work ethic is key. 9 years before this, Mr. Howard, while working for the Pullman Company, had seen that there was much room for improvement in the blacking commonly used by the Pullman porters, and had begun to experiment in the direction of making a more satisfactory shoe polish. And this time, he believed he made a success, and the only thing necessary was to put his product on the market. Let's see. This is what I knew was going to happen. In preparation for his entrance into business, Mr. Howard persuaded his wife to go to night school and become an efficient bookkeeper. This she did and has since been an invaluable assistance to him. That's fire. Yo, babe, go to school real quick, learn how to be a bookkeeper so you can help me run this business. And all she does is say, okay, gets the education and comes back and they can work together. I think that's fire. At last, Mr. Howard resigned his position as porter and started into his business with $180. This was all the money he had been able to save because he had been compelled to support his relatives. The business Booker T. Washington had to let him know, like, listen, he would have had more bread, but he also, he had a soft spot for his family. He had to take care of his family. This was so the business was started on a small scale. The first scales which he used were 2 tin cans tied to a stick and made to balance. The polish was peddled by Mr. Howard himself, who carried it in a small grip to the boot blacks in the street, and to the trains at the stations to make sales to the porters. The blacking was a success, and Mr. Howard invariably sold out all that he had made. He would not stop for the day, however, when he had sold all of his stock, but would go home and make more and come back to sell it. He found that every day he would need to make up a little more polish than he had the day before. His first stock was $2 worth of tin cans and material. Now he spends for tin cans alone about $500 every 2 months. And that's one of the things that I appreciate about this book is like he shows like how gradually successful these men and women were. Like he was showing you like how they was bossing up, how they started off with one number and was kept at it and was able to make mad bread. Just kept at it. I love the reason like why Booker T even wrote this book. It was like you can clearly see that this book was made to inspire people. You can clearly see that this book was made to have people emulate this type of behavior and just giving dope success stories. Let's see. Let's keep on scrolling. So at the present time, Mr. Howard sells his polish in all parts of the United States and received recently from Mexico an order for nearly 70,000 boxes. He also received from Bourne and Company of New York an order of 40,000 boxes. He will soon install his shop a filling machine for liquid polish, which will increase the capacity of the shop threefold. He is also having built in Chicago a filling machine for paste polish. The present capacity is 7,200 boxes per day. He expects soon to be He expects soon to do $20,000 worth of business a year. $20,000. Yo, he started with $180 and now is expected to do $20,000 of business a year. This is incredible. Never heard of him. Like, that's so crazy to me. Like, when it comes to the history, what else is there to be told other than our success stories? Like, yeah, I get, you want to highlight, certain bad things that happen or all of the bad things that happen. It's like, yo, but again, why isn't AC Howard and H.C. Haynes or something, I forgot his name, but Haynes, the razor inventor, why are they not like foremost when it comes to the history? Like, these people need to be, like, their stories need to be retold, not just through Booker T. Washington. $20,000 worth of business. If it wasn't so super laggy, I would just go back and, look at the year that he started and do the adjust for inflation, but I'm not ever going to do it. Mr. Howard has his own photograph on every box of polish that he sells. He was advised that as he was a colored man, his photograph on the boxes would ruin his business. But he persisted in keeping it on, and he has found it no obstacle to his success. He finds business to be a great cure for prejudice. He says that he gets prejudiced himself against a man. He says that he gets prejudiced himself against a man who stands by and lets him think for him. But that when the man begins to think for himself, he has to respect him at once. Listen, man, that is another common theme. That when it came down to these industrious, commercial, and professional men, they spoke on how their industriousness, their commercialism, and professionalism was one of their social safeguards against racism. It's not to say that they didn't deal with racism at all, but because they were men of means and they were men of production and they were men that actually contributed something to society, I truly believe them when I hear them say, like, yo, nah, son, like, I don't really worry about racism. Because think about the business owners that you know today. Do they walk around worrying about racism all day? No. That's not a thing. But again, they'll have you thinking that that's what was on the minds of our ancestors all day, every day. And in this book, Booker T has made it a point to bring this up. In every chapter of this book, he brings up whether or not these men, worried about prejudice or racism or bigotry, any of that. And they all said, or most of them said, I think all of them said, that no. Like, I'm not worried about that. As a matter of fact, I believe my business acumen or my productivity has actually been one of the reasons why I don't get prejudice, or people are not that prejudiced against me. You dig what I'm saying? So where we at? Oh yeah, so Z.T. Evans, the mattress maker of New Orleans, shows him to be a man of pluck and perseverance. He was born, and again, you see a lot of these men were former slaves. He was born of slave parents in 1847 in North Carolina. After the Emancipation Proclamation was issued, he was sent to Durham, North Carolina, and worked as a huckster. In 1879, and a huckster, I think, is like a peddler, like somebody who was selling things. In 1879, I could be wrong though. In 1879, he secured employment as a common laborer at the Durham Furniture Company, where by careful observation he learned the rudiments of the manufacture of common mattresses. At this trade, he worked in various cities for several years and finally opened a small upholstery shop in New Orleans, which he was compelled to close after a year and a half. After working 2 years as an employee, he determined to try an establishment in his own behalf again. With a capital of only $90, he leased a place on South Rampart Street and began the upholstery business again. For 5 years, he worked with little success and got in great discouragement. Ooh. Let's see. Hold on. Whoa. What happened? Let's see. I never heard of, well, before I read this book, Z.T. Evans, but seems like his story is about to get super interesting. So far, he's been failing at his businesses. He took his last $90, or, only $90, and he started a business, and for 5 years, he had little success and great discouragement. So let's see what happens. When the lease expired at the end of this time, success was apparently beyond his reach. He had the courage to renew the lease, however, and determined not to give up. In sawing his lumber, he used a circular saw, of which the motive power was supplied by his own strong arm, while his boys served the lumber. Many a time, he says, he stood toiling at the wheel until he almost dropped fainting under the strain. One day, as he was walking down the street, he had the good fortune to see an old-fashioned sawmill made to be run by horsepower, standing abandoned, and decided to purchase it. After some trouble, he found the owner, who was delighted to sell the machine. Mr. Evans took it home and put it in his backyard. The next difficulty was to secure a horse to make the machine go. An acquaintance owned a decrepit old horse, which was believed to be in dying condition. To be in a dying condition. The owner therefore willingly gave him to Mr. What's going on with me tonight? The owner therefore willingly gave him to Mr. Evans, who carefully doctored him and finally got him upon his feet. He then trained the animal to walk around and around and finally attached him to the machine. This was a great aid. So this man, this is what I be talking about, yo. They be working with damn near scraps, yo. So he got an old dead horse, damn near, a dying horse, nursed it back to health just to be able to use it. He bought an old machine, an old horse, and he's working it to the best of his ability. You know what I'm saying? This is what I be talking about when I say the ancestors was doing more with less. What could you do with a dying horse other than kill it further? Not y'all, but you know what I mean. The haters. The ones who don't got no reverence for the ancestors. Them people. All right, let's see. Where we at? The owner, therefore, we already seen that. This was a great aid. He was now encouraged to buy a machine which he had long needed, a weaving machine. Although he had not the slightest idea as to how it should be operated, he bought a hand weaving machine and installed it in his shop. For days he worked at the machine trying to weave, and at last, after many efforts, he succeeded in weaving 10 beads. Okay. 10 beds. Weaving 10 beds. Not beads, beds. His joy over this achievement was soon dampered, however. Jeez, he got a roller coaster ride for his success story. That's what I'm talking about. However, for when he had stretched the beds, they proved worthless. Man. He was then forced to hire a woman who knew how to weave. Okay. As she worked at the machine, he stood by and watched her every motion until he thought he had mastered the secret. He again tried his hand at weaving and succeeded in producing 40 crooked and one-sided beds, which he was able to sell only by reducing the price below cost. So this is something that he's doing. Like he's continuously doing this. Like he'll watch how somebody does something and try to replicate it immediately, learning by doing. You know what I'm saying? I rock with it. Like me and you are of the same ilk when it comes to this stuff. I just rather just like learn by doing. I obviously like to read or whatnot, but I like to actually just get my hands dirty and learn how to do this stuff, you know, through experience. So what we got next? What's next? With practice, however, he continually improved, and after a time, his beds were as good as any on the market. During these years, we may easily believe that he was troubled with, quote, friends who confidently predicted his failure and gave him many reasons why he would fail. They now began to wonder how he could have been so successful. They now began to wonder how he could have been successful. That's crazy. During these years, when the lumber dealer, for instance, sent a bill to Mr. Evans, it was marked money or lumber. But now the same man will carry accounts from Mr. Evans for $500 a month without question and gladly accept his notes. So before we needed that bread, now you can actually get some credit. Okay. It means he's doing good business. With the success which came to Mr. Evans, he was able a few years ago to discard his sawmill run by horsepower for a steam engine. Okay. As this enabled him to improve the quality of his output, his reputation was gradually established among merchants, and the demand for his beds increased. At present, he does an annual business of over $28,000. Put that in the chat, Sammy. How much is that? He has purchased a lot where his business is conducted and has added 50 feet to his factory space. His motto, which he has so faithfully adhered to, is he says, if at first you don't succeed, try again. The saying is familiar, not to say trite, but from the lips of men who have lived up to them, these sayings get a new meaning. That's fire, man. That's super fire. Let's go to the chat. See what chat is saying. Sammy says 658,000 adjusted for inflation for that time period. I know he was talking about Howard in that, and it says sounds familiar to Rockaware story when Dame bought sewing machines but didn't know how to use them. Yeah, yup, exactly. You just gotta put yourself out there, man. You just gotta do it. So for this guy, adjusted for inflation, $28,000 would be $921,000 a year. He's doing $1 million business. Like, this is what I'm talking about, fam. Shall we do another one? I'm digging these success stories, man. I'm digging these success stories. We need them. Samuel Scottron, inventor, manufacturer, and friend of his race. I'm with it. I want y'all to note these years, man. Note these years. These are all in the 19th century, going into the 20th century. So this is all 1800s, going into, the 1900s. Let's see. Perhaps no man of the Negro race has shown such versatility in the field of invention as Mr. Samuel R. Scottron of Brooklyn, New York. Shout out to Brooklyn. Numerous and active as he has been in his labors in the field of mechanics and in business, he has still had time to serve a long and honorable term as member of the Public School Board of Brooklyn. He is a writer and speaker of force and acumen upon subjects connected with the welfare of his race, and has been active in furthering its interest not only in this country but elsewhere in the West Indies and in Africa. Okay. Mr. Scottron was born in Philadelphia in 1843. His parents moved to New York in 1849, where young Scottron entered the public schools and was graduated at the age of 14 from the grammar schools of Brooklyn. 5 years later, he was married at the age of 19 to Miss Anna M. Willett of Peekskill, New York. It has always been a source of regret to Mr. Scottron that he was not permitted by his father to continue his education and take a collegiate course, as a number of his associates in school had done. His father, however, held certain rigorous notions about the advantage of higher education and decided that his son should get early to school and in a world of practical experience. I feel that. That was similar to a few other pops that I read about. Fathers who, like, yeah, all of that book learning is cool, bro, but you need a skill. You know, I've seen that a lot. That was common. At that time, his father was engaged in in threefold capacity of barber, barkeeper, and baggage master on one of the boats plying between New York and Albany. And he took his son with him as a helper. Shortly afterwards, the war broke out, and the elder Scottron bought a partnership with Mr. Stratia, who had a commission as a who had a commission as a sutler in a colored regiment that had been raised in Pennsylvania, and sent young Samuel south as his representative in the partnership. The partners were Stacia, McCaffil, and Scottron. In describing this trip, Mr. Scottron writes, quote, "We loaded a small schooner named Maria, 120 tons, at New York with stores such as furnished soldiers, and sailed for the Department of the South in September 1863. We made a mistake in selecting our stores, which proved disastrous in the very beginning. We put it on top of our other stores as the last thing, nearly 200 barrels of apples, all that we could get in, and then fastened down the hatches. Now we had hoped to be at Morris Island, South Carolina in 1 week, but instead, owing to bad weather and military regulation at Hilton Head, South Carolina, it was 6 full weeks before we were allowed to open the hatches. By that time, the apples had rotted, gone to cider, and the steam and sweat of the hold had ruined quite every other thing except canned goods. What was saved was put out under the regulations to the soldiers on checks that should have been paid by the paymaster on his coming. When he came, however, the men refused to receive their pay because the government only offered them $7. Wow. Pay them allow colored soldiers, while white. Wait, what? $7 pay. Why did he write it this way? Why did he write this way? $7 pay, then allow colored soldiers, while white soldiers receive 13. Got you. This stroke was never recovered from. This stroke we never recovered from, but on the other hand, met with other unforeseen disasters. We lost our deck load while on the way up the St. Johns River to Jacksonville, Florida, while following our regiment, and to cap it all, after holding checks of soldiers nearly 2 years before the government allowed to colored soldiers their rightful amount of $13. We were obliged under the regulations to send the checks of dead soldiers to Washington for payment, and there were lost $13,000 worth in transit by the wreck of the vessel carrying them. Wow. On the bar at St. Augustine, Florida. Shout out to St. Augustine. Big Black history. If you know, you know. If you don't, go ahead and Google it. That 2 years of fearful experience sent one partner, Stacia, to the lunatic asylum at Newark, New Jersey, or vicinity. Wheeze? Okay, I'm going to assume this is when he died, and the other, McCaffel, the white man, took to strong drink and went shortly to his death in Brooklyn, New York. So one dude went to the crazy house and the other dude became a drunk and died and drunk himself to death in Brooklyn. Wow. Let's see. While in Florida, Mr. Scottron opened grocery stores at Jacksonville, Gainesville, Lakesville, Tallahassee, and Palatka, but he had been too heavily handicapped by previous losses to succeed now, so he gave up business and returned north. After this, he started a barbershop in Springfield, Massachusetts, and there, as he says, quote, had the good luck to invent a mirror, end quote, which he patented and soon was manufacturing. Mr. Scottron was led to invent this mirror to avoid the trouble that customers have in using a hand glass to see how this nigga made a mirror to see how their hair is cut or dressed on all sides. So now I gotta look up this mirror because we know mirrors been around for forever. So I gotta see what this whole mirror was about. These mirrors are still known as Scottron's adjustable mirrors. They were so good that he had soon found a white man as partner, and under the firm name of Pitkin and Scottron started business at 658 Broadway, New York. Pitkin sold his interest to Thomas Richmond in the firm, and the firm then became Richmond and Scottron. Richmond almost immediately lost all his property in the Great Fire at Chicago, and that necessitated the dissolution of the firm, leaving the business in bad condition. Damn, son. My man Scottron can't catch a break. So, the first partner that he had for the mirror sells it to the next guy, Thomas Richmond, and then Thomas Richmond loses all of his property in the Great Fire. And it was mad Great Fires in America. You had them in New York, Chicago. I think they even had one in Texas or something like that. Like, Great Fires, man. Out of nowhere. By engaging to keep books from W.A. Willard, a looking glass manufacturer. By engaging to keep books for W.A. Willard, a looking glass manufacturer, at 177 Canal Street, New York, Mr. Scottron was allowed space in his store and an opportunity to start afresh. So more opportunity though, like he keep at it. These dudes don't ever give up. After 4 years, a white man who had been employed by Willard associated himself with Mr. Scottron in buying out the business, which they continued under the firm name of Scottron. Yo, can y'all hear me now? Yo, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now? Is that better? Can y'all hear me? Yo. Can y'all hear me now? Let me know if y'all can hear me in the chat. Cause it's at least showing the levels again. It wasn't showing any levels. So let me know if y'all can hear me. All right. We back. All right, appreciate it. I don't know what happened. My microphone just turned its own volume down for some reason. All right, so Scottron, he's going through it, man. All of these years is, trying to fail, and so boom. So where we at now? Oh yeah, we done with this page. So yeah, now he's selling corniches. And let's see what he got going on. So for a short time, continues Mr. Scottron, I had all the business that 40 men could do in manufacturing corniches and made thousands of dollars. But very soon, curtain poles came into fashion and corniches went out like a flash. Oof. Hereupon, Mr. Scottron put his patents out on royalties, and in 1882 engaged as traveling salesman and general manager to John Croder, a German American, at 13 Baxter Street, New York City. Croder grew very rich, he says, in speaking of this incident, and I was making considerable myself off the royalties on patents. That's fire. While he was associated with Croder, he invented and patented an extension curtain rod, which Croder manufactured and paid a royalty on. Mr. Scottron was associated with Mr. Croder 12 years, being his main dependents as buyer and salesman. Wow. In capacity, he bought and sold goods often in carload lots, and covered regularly in his travels the whole of Canada from Halifax. What is this? What is this? Do y'all know what this is in Canada? I know this is British Columbia. I don't know what this is. Halifax, NS to Victoria, British Columbia, in the United States, from Bangor, Maine to San Francisco, California. He never went south except to Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, Maryland, because of the fact that I could not get hotel accommodations. Oh, wow. Wow. This is so crazy. This is all through the 19th century. Early in 1894, Mr. Scottron made another important discovery. He found out how to make glass look like onyx and other stones. He set his daughters, who by this time were grown and out of school, to making tubes that were known to the trade as porcelain onyx. Trade in this new invention increased rapidly, and Mr. Scottron manufactured many thousands of these tubes for the lamp and candlestick trade. This is so ill, son. Like, all right, so y'all know how you watch those videos of how things work or how things are made, and it's like a whole factory of a bunch of just different parts, moving machines and stuff like that. One of the things that I always thought about is like, yo, what machines created those machines? And it's like all of the things that goes into manufacturing. So Scottron finds out how to he invented this new type of glass that makes things look like stone, which I'm still even having a hard time even, conceptualizing in my mind right now. And then he has his daughter do it. Like, yo, learn how to do this. Just like the other guy had his wife, become a bookkeeper so they can run business together. Okay. The process was simply kept secret and not patented. Even the places where the bulk of these articles were made were known to but a few persons. The articles made by Mr. Scottron had gone, he informs me, into every civilized country on earth and are still going, but not so extensively as when onyx was fashionable in lamps and furniture. These artificial onyx cylinders and globes were mainly mounted into brass lamps and candlesticks by 4 large firms in Connecticut. Within the last 2 years, an attempt has been made to use these, quote, porcelain onyx cylinders in furniture such as pedestals, but onyx, says Mr. Scotron, is out of fashion and has been for several years now, and the attempt to make things go is uphill work. Sometimes the sale is encouraging, but it doesn't seem constant. In 1894, he was appointed by Mayor Charles A. Schreien, a member of the Brooklyn Board of Education, was reappointed by Mayor F.W. Worcester, and again reappointed by Mayor Van Wyck for the consolidated city of Greater New York. In the whole 8 years he thus served, Mr. Scotron was never absent at roll call from any meeting, regular or special, nor from any committee meeting. He was upon several of the most important committees he was up on several of the most important committees and had charge of many schools. There were 5 colored schools in the city at the beginning of his term, and all but one were closed during that time, and the colored teachers distributed to mixed classes in schools. Oh man, so they closed. Damn. Mrs. Scotron, their son, and 3 daughters have been his main helpers in business since they were grown, and the children able to leave school. Mrs. Scotron and her 2 daughters superintend and actively do the secret work in the process of manufacture of artificial onyx. One daughter is a school teacher. All right. For fully 35 years, Mr. Scotron has been an occasional writer for newspapers or magazines on various subjects, especially, quote, race matters. In 1872, he took much interest in the Cuban War and was associated with Reverend Henry Highland Garnett in the endeavor to secure the recognition of the patriots of belligerence. I had to be a belligerence by is that belligerence by this government. Let's see. Let's keep going. They formed the Cuban Anti-Slavery Society, extended its scope, named it the American Foreign Anti-Slavery Society, holding it in close touch with the British Foreign Anti-Slavery Society. Okay. Quote, to the moral force of these societies, says Mr. Scotron, we ascribe the extinction, excuse me, it's completely different. The extinction of slavery in Cuba and Brazil and the slave trade in Sudan, Africa, end quote. During this time, he wrote, lectured, and traveled in the interest of these causes. He was also written upon the Republican Party policy of protection to home industries. Some of these articles in the New York Age were widely quoted. He took considerable pride in an article written to Boston Herald in 1890, replying to his constant editorials unfavorably comparing the Negro to the Chinese as American citizens. This article was very much quoted and is to use Mr. Scotron's words, let's see, the one thing that I should like to see perpetuated in some form. In conclusion, a word should be said as to the courageous manner in which Mr. Scotron sought and obtained the higher education which had been denied him as a consequence of leaving school after completing his studies in the grammar grades. Come on, Paige, hurry up. This has been a source of disappointment to him from the outset. Quote, on my return from the South, quite impoverished, says Mr. Scotron in the notes I have before me. Quote, after surrendering to my father every cent saved from the disastrous undertaking lasting about 4 years, and notwithstanding I had only recently married, I was bent on going into business and getting more education. This I felt the need of in my life, or in my attempts at manufacturing, and besides my disappointment that my father had not sent me to college but to business made me determined to accomplish considerable even outside of college walls. So I entered a private night school and studied particularly mechanical drawings and mechanics generally. mechanics generally. I studied there 2 years, helping in a pattern shop in Springfield, Massachusetts. I gained much knowledge in brass, iron, and glass work from the various foundries where my teachers advised me to go between times. That study laid the foundation of my future life in aiding me to accomplish results in a mechanical line that eventually were patented and paying. So sometimes, you gotta you gotta rebel while listening to your parents. So his pops was against him going to school for higher education, and you should just, be focused on getting a trade or, getting something that's actually going to be able to get you a job and stuff like that. So what he did was he studied on the side, and his teachers, put him in the right direction to where, you fast forward some years, he's an inventor, patenting inventions and then being able to lease them out to manufacturers and just get money on the royalty side. That was fire. Returning to New York, Mr. Scottron commenced business and at the same time entered the night school at Cooper Institute. He graduated from the scientific department in 1878 and took one of the only 4 medals given in that year. That's what's up. He was accounted proficient in civil engineering. Nevertheless, he continued on a postgraduate course and made a special study of bridge building in allied subjects. The habit of study had grown upon him so that at night or day school, so I'll be losing my line here, that at night or day school for still another year, he was a student taking English and Spanish under one teacher, drawing from cast in free life, perspective and colors under. Wait. Let's go back. Let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. The habit of study had grown upon him so that at night or day school for still another year, he was a student taking English and Spanish under one teacher, drawing from cast in free life, perspective and colors under others. Okay. I want to make sure that makes sense to me as I'm reading. Mr. Scottron is still in temperament and habit a student. Having in his early life turned his education to some practical use, he is now enabled to indulge his taste for study in directions which are valuable to his race and to the community in which he lives, without thought of their immediate practical applications or commercial value. In all of this, he has been at once a true citizen and a faithful friend of his race. So this is a great example of what I'm talking about. All his pops wanted was for him to actually have a skill that was going to have him pay the bills. And you see that when it came down to actually pursuing higher education or pursuing education in general, he did that for the rest of his life regardless. But he was able to use all of the education and actually, put some practical use for it. It was actually being able to be used for something. It wasn't just, a bunch of courses that didn't amount to anything. So yeah, get your degrees and all of that, but at the same time, the education that he got allowed him to pay the bills. And then even that, so once he secured that skill, once he was able to, make some bread for himself, he then was able to indulge in his studies. And even if it didn't have any practical use, it's okay because the initial education that I got was for practical use and is actually helping me and actually helping the community. So it works out for everybody. And that's what the ancestors have always been saying. It's like, yo, just make sure you're viable out here. Just make sure you have the skills to pay the bills. You can always feed yourself. You can always take care of yourself. If you want to learn music theory, color theory, and all this other stuff after that, by all means do that. And then you can teach music, you can teach art, you can do all that other stuff. But make sure you are securing yourself first and foremost. Make sure that you can take care of yourself first and foremost. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. All right, what we got? Because I want to go back to the archives too. Let's see what we got. Negro farmers hold Achievement Day program. Program gets underway at 10 o'clock. Okay. What? Hold on, we're going to get to that. Stabbed in lungs. Negro 80 files for divorce. Wait, what? The plaintiff, Harrison Lockhart, Negro, is 80 years old and has resided in North Carolina 80 years. He was married to the defendant 55 years ago, and he separated from her 25 years ago, and now he is asking for a divorce on grounds of 2 years of separation. I was about to be like, yo, I know he better not be 80 just divorcing his wife. Like, you better get out of here. We ain't, stabbing in the lungs. That's not what we here for. When it's time to do the true crime videos, we gonna get into it. So, Negro farmer in Gates County gets great corn yield. Let's see. Mr. S.D. Stallings, one of Gates County's outstanding progressive farmers, had his corn measured last week by his county agent, Mr. Howard L. Mitchell, and checked by the Negro state agent, John W. Mitchell. Mr. Stallings used the Lathan double variety corn for his demonstration of 1 acre of land, which produced him 129 bushels of corn. Up to date, this is the highest yield that has been produced of 1 acre by any Negro farmer in North Carolina this year. 2 years ago, another successful Negro farmer in Gates County had a yield of 118 bushels of corn per acre. For the past 5 years, Negro farmers have conducted a statewide corn growing contest, and each year the farmer who produced the highest yield of corn per acre received a cash prize of $25 awarded by the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company of Durham, North Carolina. The final records are in the making at this time. And that is a black-owned insurance company. It's actually one of the oldest black-owned companies in this country, to be totally honest. I want to say it's still open too. So yeah, farmers had contests to see how much more corn they can grow than the next one. That's fire. I think that's cool. I think that's one of the things that I appreciate the most as it pertains to history. It's just the culture surrounding particular things, the pride that they had. Like, yeah, let's compete. Let's see who can grow the most corn in 1 acre. Or per acre. For every 1 acre, let's see how many you can grow. Like, I think that's fire. I think things like that are cool. And I also think that these are the things that, you know how conservatives have absolutely lost the culture war? It's because of shit like this. It's like because you don't know how to make conservatism cool. And again, I'm not talking about political conservatism. While that is a part of it, or can be a part of it, rather. I'll say can be a part of it. I am talking about actual culture here. Like the things that we want to hold dear and all of that. I talk about these entrepreneurs giving so much credence to their wife because I am pro-marriage. I'm pro-nuclear family. I want y'all to see that a lot of these black men's success was hinged upon their black women supporting them throughout their journey. Like, that is extremely important. The person that you choose to spend the rest of your life with and then subsequently have a family with is extremely important. That's an extremely important decision to make. Is this person going to be a help or a hindrance to you? Are they going to be an asset or a liability? Are they going to help you build wealth, or are they going to assist you in losing wealth? Like, are they going to raise your children correctly? Like, these are things that you need to be thinking about when you are out here dating and all this other stuff. Like, when you are intentional about what you want out of your love life and what you want that love life to produce as far as family goes, you're going to read these stories of industrious men and women who got together to build together. Like, that is fire. Now, of course, there is an alternative to where men build on your own, and then from there, you choose your mate, which is also a viable choice to make. I just go for the former just because 2 heads are better than 1. Having a teammate that you can count on, young or early in life, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a great idea. So that's what I stand on. So let's see what we got here. We just clicking through. What's this? Color Line Series, the National Urban League. Of course. Crashing the color line. Of course. That's what they want. Let's see. Mr. E. Tracy Blackburn. I'm trying to tell you, man. When was this? What's the year this? What year is this? We're gonna read about Mr. Blackburn. Never heard of him. 1920. So let's see. Mr. E. Tracy Blackburn, successful Negro businessman. Many of you have met this man and know that he is one of Iowa's most progressive businessmen. He is president of the American Cooperative Investment Company, one of the managers of the Blackburn and Shelton Pharmacy Company, a drugstore that will be second to none in the city, and senior member of the firm of E. Tracy Blackburn Co., which has just completed the magnificent building at 12th and Center Streets. He is also chief clerk, city engineer, and has held the office against competition for more than 15 years, and due to the fact that he is efficient, he still holds the office with credit. Mr. E. Tracy Blackburn has shown his philanthropic spirit in many ways, other than in his church, where he is one of the strongholds. He has the honor of being the first colored man in the state of Iowa to contribute to Piney Wood School at Braxton, Mississippi, for the education of members of our race. The gift which he gave to the Piney Woods was no small one, and I would like to add that he gave it without solicitation on the part of any individual. He simply felt that it was his duty to help some unfortunate black brother, and did help more than one by his gift. He's proved by doing so that he does not feel that there are any pockets in shrouds. This is what I'm saying, man. I tell y'all all of the time, when it comes to these industrious, successful people, first of all, multifaceted, one, and two, they gave back. They reinvested back into the community. It was second nature to do this. It was second nature for black American business people to reinvest into the places that supported them. Group economics, this is what I'm saying. It wasn't a choice. It was a duty. No, it was a choice, but it was, again, intentional, fam. They understood, I am not successful without my people. Yes, I did the work. Yes, I studied. Yes, I created the goods or the services that people are enjoying, and it's been, equal exchange, no robbery. However, I am a successful black man, and I need to show the kids, I need to show the community that not only can they do it too, but I give a fuck about them. Here is some money. Here is some resources. Here is some infrastructure. Here's what I can do for this community. This was second nature for black American business people, men and women. I'm sure there were some selfish people out there, whatever, but we have read, 5 stories so far, 6 stories of black American business people, and they all gave back. They all gave back. Straight up and down, man. This is how it's supposed to be, man. Completely involved in the community. Look what he was. First of all, president of the American Cooperative Investment Company, one of the managers of the Blackburn and Shelton Pharmacy. So he has a drugstore, second to none in the city. A senior member of the firm of E. Tracy Blackburn Company. Well, this is all his companies, which had just completed he bought a building. He's also chief clerk, city engineer, and has held that office against competition for more than 15 years. They loved him for almost 20 years straight. Completely involved in the community. Completely. E. Tracy Blackburn. Incredible, yo. This is what I'm talking about. Who's this? Sole butler to study in the East. Internationally famous colored athlete. Okay, shout out to him. Telling y'all, man, I be in the archives just getting inspired, man. Reading about these people and how they got their wealth, how they got their success. Because you can't tell me, like, when you reading, it's all inspiration, because it's like there's no way that Blackburn can do all of that in 1920 and I can't in 2020. You dig? If he's able to do it, I can do it. It's all inspiration. Oh, they talking about more businesses needed in the town. Got it. We in the archives now, baby. We gonna be reading more success stories. More motivation. Let's see. 36 years ago, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, the founder of the Association of the Study of Negro Life and History, shout out to them, conceived the first celebration of Negro History Week. In 1926, the sociologist and writer, widely known for his research studies of Negro life, wanted to bring the true story of his race to the people of the world. He had met prejudice and distortion as he tried to compile his works. He felt that the Negro was neglected in history of the world and in America. Since there were weeks dedicated to everything from roses to rhubarb, a week of concentration on the history of his race would surely prove beneficial to all races. His first experiment was a success, and it became one of the greatest educational programs of the association. For the first time this week has been proclaimed in the state of Arizona and the city of Phoenix. Wow. On Wednesday, February 8th, 1961, Governor Paul J. Fannin and Mayor Samuel Mardian Jr. issued separate proclamations designating the week of February 12th to 19th as Negro History Week. That's what's up. Shout out to Arizona. Sammy says, there goes the conservative or too individualistic argument. Yeah, for sure, man. It was all about community. All about community. That's what our ancestors was about, man. You gotta bring everybody with you. As many people that want to go, that's gonna work to go. Hoyt's a black crook. Whoa. I gotta figure out what the hell that's about. The Negro in insurance. We know about that. We read about black insurance companies. I'm not gonna bore us with that. What else we got? First Negro jockey in Ohio will be at Butler County races. Not really that interested in horse racing. Shout out to the horse racers though. Shout out to y'all. Do. Race enterprises. What we got? Not all colored men practice what they preach when it comes to giving patronage to Negro enterprises. In many cases, is a plausible excuse, but in the majority of instances, the failure arises from the same cause that is sought to be combated among the people generally. This found in a lack of confidence in everything which a Negro controls. The few rallow successful Negro enterprises. The few rallow and successful Negro enterprises have succeeded with this handicap, and in spite of it, they have, however, opened up the way whereby their successors and imitators may go to an even greater heights of success, for they represent breaches in the wall which has hitherto barred Negroes from success in business. If enterprises can be started now and conducted for a time in every community in the country economically, the time will assuredly come when the race will become aroused to the necessity of giving every needed encouragement to Negro enterprise. They must do. The Durham Reformer. Agreed. All in the archives. We live from the archive, baby. What else we got here? National Negro Medical Association meets in Kansas City. Who's this? Dr. J.R.A. Crossland, St. Joseph, Missouri. Ex-minister to Liberia and the most successful physician in the state. An orator, a scholar, and a true friend. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. Who we got here? Dr. W. Hubert Bruce, one of Kansas City's most progressive and successful physicians and surgeons, who is highly respected both within and without the profession. Shout out, man. This is what I be talking about. Who's this? Dr. Come on now. There we go. Dr. J. Edward Perry, State Vice President of the National Association, Chairman Surgical Section National Association, Secretary Tri-State Association, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, the founder of the most successful Negro hospital in the West. Wow. Assistant Surgeon General Hospital, Kansas City, Missouri, and Chairman Committee Surgical Clinics. So these are decorated doctors. Super decorated. Now, you mean to tell me if we don't tell the if we told the babies about these doctors, they wouldn't be inspired, man? Like, come on. It's not to say that they're not inspired to do, but look at this. These are all just successful niggas. Like, it's just all successful black people, bro. These are all just people a part of the black Americans a part of the medical community during this time. What year is this? 1916. Bro, man, do y'all not see what I be talking about now? I know, I say this stuff over and over again, but it's bro, how do you not see this? This is 1916. What did they ever tell us about the year 1916, bro? Look at this, bro. These are all a bunch of black men. Black men. Officers and distinguished personnel of the National Medical Association. So remember when we were talking about the National Negro Medical Association. These are the heads of that. Yo. One of the things that I appreciate, son, one of the things that I find so interesting, bro, is when they name these black, the ancestors name their kids after white people. Son's name is Ulysses Grant Daly. Let's go. Who's number one? This is Ulysses Grant Daly. Black man. You feel me? But real talk, man, I want to see this. I want to see this in the 21st century. I have seen the graduation videos of the doctors and all of that. Yo, shout out to all of that. Shout out to all of that. But I'm talking about no, I need established associations created by black people. These are all doctors, y'all. These are all doctors. So what we got? Dr. T.C. Unthank, Superintendent, Kansas City Negro Hospital. Dr. E.A. Walker, Treasurer of the Kansas City Medical Society. This is the medical community in Kansas City, Missouri, bro. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I'm trying to tell you. That's all I be wanting, son. I want more of that. I want it's all about the intentionality, the concerted efforts, going out of your way to do particular things. That's what I'm talking about. Who we got? What's this? Who are these lovely ladies? Who we got? Okay. Local sentiment will be in favor of Ms. Joan Diane Williams, hometown girl, when the Prince Hall Shriners sponsor their national finals of the Talent Scholarship Contest at the Cincinnati Gardens in Cincinnati, Ohio, obviously. August 23rd Miss Williams, 18, will represent Sinai Temple number 59, the host temple of Cincinnati. She's a vocalist who has been given much praise for her talent. The national finals, which are open to the public, is a benefit affair in which the Shriners raise funds for their Cancer and Tuberculosis Foundation. What's going on, y'all? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Prince Hall Shriners have given $171,000 for TB cancer research. Come on, Sammy. Where you at, Sammy? $171,000 in 1961. What we got? $171,000 in 1961. Put it in the chat. You are now the official adjuster for inflation. The adjuster for inflation, bro. Hit us with the figures. A great man mistaken. Wait, Dr. C.V. Roman, the eminent and successful Negro specialist on diseases of eye, ear, nose, and throat of Nashville, Tennessee, says that Byron is wrong when he implies that knowledge will not prolong life. The doctor thinks that Shakespeare came nearer the truth when he said, quote, by medicine life may be prolonged, but death will get the doctor too. Dr. Roman says neglect of the organs of special sense is one fruitful source of the high death rate among colored people. He has prevented many a case of consumption by timely and proper treatment of the nose and throat. Got you. $1.85 million. You feel me? This is what I'm talking about. The ancestors wasn't playing with no chump change. You feel me? The Black Fraternal Orders put up almost $2 million adjusted for inflation for cancer and tuberculosis research. We cared. We cared. I'm trying to tell you. Where else you gonna get this type of information from, other than Hotep history? Where else you gonna get this inspiration from? Who else? Yeah, I would have never learned who Blackburn was. I would have never known that Blackburn existed. I would have never known the Kansas City, Missouri Medical Society was run by black people. They had an entire Negro hospital out there. Like, yo, son, this is real stuff. It's like, yo, it's like when you are walking on top of rubble and you don't really realize like what these structures were, and then you start building things on top of the rubble, so it just goes forgotten. That's what this stuff looks like to me. It's what it feels like to me. It's like, yo, all of this history, and it was just left out of the textbooks. It was left out of the mainstream narratives. Look at all of this stuff, son. Look at what black Americans are producing. And the only thing that they could come up with is racism, discrimination, oppression, white racism, you know, white hate, all this other shit. This is what's happening. These are all black newspapers. Keep this in mind as well. This is black publications. These are the things that black people are prioritizing as far as letting people know, you know, what's what. They can't wait to share success stories. Let's see what this one is. I got a lot of hits. Let's see what they got. Success to your Negro. Oh, okay. I think these is like I forgot what they called these. It was like little advertisements. These are all a bunch of just like black owned businesses going an advertising for the state fair. Employees month at Thrifty Black and White store. Man, khakis for $3. You got whole suits for the ladies, $10. That's what's up. All right, who we got? Oh, we got another picture. The successful Negro. Oh, jeez. They be zooming in super fast. And come on, hold on. 1904. the successful Negro and what he is doing in business. Oh, man. Let's see. Who is this? Mr. William Hamlin Johnson, an expert dealer in lumber and walnut logs, Bainesville, Virginia. Like, it's just so fire. They just be in different industries. Like, what? He's selling lumber and walnut logs in Bainesville, Virginia? I've never even heard of Bainesville. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to the chat. I see the chat is moving. Memphis says, if I'm trying to find some info, how can I find the names of the black newspapers like you? I ain't gonna hold you, bro. You gotta do it like how I do it. Like, I had to hand pick. You know, I searched black newspapers, right? And then I compiled a list. Like, there was a list of them, and then I searched for them individually. I filtered for them individually. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you exactly what I mean. So when I'm searching for stuff, it's already filtered for black newspapers, and it's in this list. So watch how I scroll, right? Look, see the blue? See that? These are all black. Look at those. All black American newspapers. So you go down and you just select for all of them. That's what I did. I went one by one. That's what I did. I was thinking about selling it. I was thinking about selling it for people that don't want to do all of that work. It took me about like 2-3 hours, so I gotta see what's a good price. You know, all of that work. But I ain't too much worried about selling filters while I'm doing other things. I've been doing independent I'm proud of myself. Somebody propositioned me with a task to do some research for them, and they, paid me for my time. And so now I am a paid independent researcher. I'm about to add that to my bio. He was absolutely, stunned by my work, and is coming this week coming up. He's going to be shopping with me again. So, shout out to me for that. We're going to read, is this article super dumb long? I'm not about to read no super dumb long article. We're not doing that. We read 3 chapters of a book. Like, you feel me? Let's see. We just gonna be reading dope articles. Who's this? Red Cab Service, the oldest and most successful Negro taxi cab company in the country. Our success is your sons and daughters' success. Yo, dog, how many more examples are we going to need to where our ancestral entrepreneurs was like, yo, now we think about the babies. We thinking about the future. This is fire. This is a whole black-owned cab service, fam. This is so fire, man. Red Cab Home, showing our big fleet of taxi cabs. That's a fact, son. 1927, bro. 1927. Free neighborhood telephones enable you to get prompt service. Look for the Red Cab telephone nearest your door. 24-hour service. This is incredible, bro. Why they didn't tell you that the ancestors had cab services? That's all I'm saying, man. What else we got? Now, we just learned about C.V. Roman. What's this? Oh, this is the office of Dr. C.V. Roman. Oculus and Aorist postgraduate of the Royal London Ophthalmic Hospital. How would you name that hospital in the central London? What are you doing in London, bro? Dr. Roman, who was a regularly educated physician of wide experience, limits his practice to disease of eye, ear, nose, and throat. Oh yeah, this is his office. This is the guy that we was talking about. So this is his office. Okay, not too bad. Shout out to the doctor. What's going on, Clarity? What's going on, good sis? We in the archives. I be showing them the game. I be showing them how I do my research in here. This is what we doing. We just be finding dope articles and all that. Two of the most successful Negro playwrights and actors in this country have ever produced are now insane in the city of New York. The black man seems as big a fool as the white man and goes crazy on just a slight provocation. Oh, man. But what was you referencing me about, Clarity? Talk to me. What happened? What was said? What you say? Negro Business Directory, off press, November 15th. Okay. Prophet Castoni losing ground. That sounds Italian as hell. They was gonna make a contest. Now the Newsboys had contest. The extra. Read all about it. What'd they say? Contest begins Tuesday, November 5th, ends Friday, December 20th. Oh my goodness, this Zoom is so sensitive, man. Alright, what's going on? The following prizes will be awarded to the boys who have the greatest average sales increase at the end of the contest. So yeah, I love how our contest back in the day was just like incentivizing people to produce more. So you get 2 streamlined bicycles, $25 value each, given by the furniture company. A bell suit or overcoat, value at $18. So you get 2 bikes, a new suit or a coat, 2 men's central strap. You get 2 watches, compact radio. What? That's good. If I'm a kid, yo son, if I'm a kid, this is, I'm out. Yeah, I'm with it. $300 in prizes. I'm with it. I get 2 bikes, a suit or an overcoat, my choice, 2 watches, and a radio, just for selling newspapers, doing newspapers that I was going to do anyway. I just got to sell them a little bit harder. Like, come on, son. And you see that it's all being given by local businesses, which I think is also dope. Oh, you looked it up, Memphis? So $300 in 1935 was $5K. That's what it was. It was $5K. That's so fire. Just looking out, man. Just looking out for the youths. Eminent race leaders work. Church honors worth of Dr. L. Garland Penn, noted scholar and author. Shout out to him. I'm telling y'all, I be doing this all day, son. I just be in the archives. Sammy, go ahead and verify that. Go ahead and verify the 300. Has Sammy been verifying? I hope he been in here verifying, bro. I think I made like 2 requests since the last one. Is he still in here, Sammy? You still in here? You doing adjusted for inflation or what, bro? You still locked in with us? $300 in 1935. If y'all want to do it yourselves, you can go to $7,039. Oh wow, okay. Let's see what we got here. 7,100. 7,100. So that's what $300 was back then. Okay. In spite of handicap, the automobile put Lawrence Budd out of the blacksmith business, but he refused to give up and became successful in another field. Okay. What happened? Is this short enough? I'm sorry. It's not that I don't like reading, y'all. Y'all obviously see that I like reading, but I don't want to be taking up too much time with one article. We're going to run through this one real quick. Lawrence Otto Budd was the big, humorous, and most successful Negro blacksmith in Montgomery County, Maryland. Shout out to Montgomery County, Maryland. I've been out there before. He was the third son of a family of 13 children. Common. This man, 34 years old at the time, could shoe more horses and repair as many wagon springs, plowshares, wheelbarrows, and horse saddles in one day as could any 5 men. Super active. I mean, look at him. He don't look lazy at all. At all. Anyway, because he was jolly and forever bubbling over with life, his shop was the center where all the farmers from miles away would gather on rainy days and bring their disabled farm apparatus to be mended. Here they would chat, chew large wads of tobacco, spit constant streams of brown tobacco juice on the black dirt floor, and farm verbally for hours. Often the blacksmith would interrupt his work to crack a heavy joke with the men. This was the blacksmith shop, stuffy and reeking with smoke and the odor of burnt horse hoof, and crowded with harmless and good-hearted men. See, man, you see how they get you locked in? What you can smell it. These motherfuckers are standing there chewing tobacco, spitting it all over the floor, but getting work done. And then he would interrupt the hard work with a joke or something like that. This is a good place to work if you a man. Shout out to this. Shout out to Bud. Let's go. Let's keep going. Shout out to my man. In the blacksmith shop, that was the place to be on a rainy day. About the year 1920, and practically overnight, machine power swept over the whole state of Maryland. With the appearance of the tractor and Ford's machine, there was little use for horses. Oh, so this is okay. So now we're learning about, yeah. How did that work out? Like if you had a whole bunch of horse-drawn, horse-powered stuff, and then Ford comes with the motor, how do you adjust into that? Let's see. I'm thinking they was about to tell me he got hit by a car. Like, I ain't even gonna hold you. Like, it said the automobile put Lawrence Budd out of the blacksmith business. I don't know why I thought he got hit by a car, bro. Oh, snap. All right, so where we at? Little use for horses. Those who had formerly kept large teams now only had 2 horses at the most. Touring cars and trucks replaced wagons and carriages. The blacksmith himself now owned a Ford touring car. So he bought a Ford. Like, I'm not a hater. Ford got something good. I ain't mad at Henry. Like, I'm a cop the whip too. Blacksmithing soon was a thing of the past. The happy little shop, which had been successful for over 18 years, was now closed. There were children and a wife to feed. Lawrence Budd had never been to school but so many days in his life. See what I'm talking about? These niggas be having like no education whatsoever, but still industrious and commercial and professional. This is what I'm talking about. When y'all get to telling me about the resources and all of that, I agree with you. But the ancestors was walking around here with no formal education for real. Very little to no formal education, and were literally running businesses, bro. All they needed was the ability to read, write, and do math. That's all the basics that they needed. I'll take it from here. Now, don't get me wrong. We've seen in stories that we read tonight, they obviously wanted to continue their education, but they had to feed themselves first and foremost, B. What DMX say? Baby can't eat them books, B. Baby can't eat them books. You got to be able to put some food on the table. So let's keep it going. Lawrence Budd in his work clothes. Yep. Looks about right. right, let's go. But his lack of education did not intimidate him. He had no time to think about handicaps, but instead picked up a paintbrush and began to do interior decorating and carpentry. Somehow he had always had the art and liking for paints, brushes, saws, and hammers, and this was as good as a trade as any, he thought. As might be expected, his beginning was rather difficult and uncertain. Few people thought the blacksmith could possibly know about anything other than shoeing horses or repairing wagon bodies. But seeing is believing. After several successful minor jobs, his big opportunity came when a certain wealthy family contracted him to build a bungalow. He won his first recognition as an interior decorator and carpenter when he built from the foundation up a most modern bungalow in a certain rich residential section of the county. This was the making of Lawrence O. Bud's reputation as a first-class carpenter. Untrained as he is today, the former blacksmith commands as much attention in his new profession as he did in the blacksmith days. Untrained as he may be, it is astounding and inspiring to look on some of the bric-a-brac antique types of tables and many other kinds of furniture that he has turned out of his head, as he terms it. Just off the dome, baby. This is just all my ingenuity. This is just all my creativity. This is just me flying. Last summer, while visiting the home of a well-known Quaker family where Lawrence Budd had done some exceptionally fine carpentry, I knew it was more. I knew they was about to hit me. The ancestors was very, very illustrious in their words. I knew this. Oh, it was up here. Okay. So let's. What was it? It was a Quaker family. Where Lawrence Budd had done some especially fine carpentry. A member of that family remarked that he was a genius at his trade. So, dog, he is a blacksmith by trade, but blacksmithing is out. Doesn't pay the bills no more, right? Now here comes this new trade that he got. Interior decorating. Okay, he has a knack for that. Buys the paintbrushes, the saws. And now, not only is he an interior decorator, he's a decorated interior decorator, which is fly. He's also a carpenter. And now he's just as big in the carpentry world, in the interior decorating world, as he was in the blacksmithing world. Like, the pivot that we're dealing with right now was incredible. The ability to pivot from one trade to another, and it's not even like a misstep for real. You got to give it to him. All right. It is all innate, she added, as she stood there admiring the work he had done, and which added so much to the personality of her mansion. Regardless of his lack of education, Lawrence Budd is a remarkable man and is enjoying a unique success as a self-tutored interior decorator and carpenter. This very admirable man is 52 years old, now witty and clever. This very admirable man is 52 years old now, not quote, but in parentheses, still witty and clever, and lives happily with his family and 3 children at the top of the hill overlooking a swift-flowing stream in an 8-room house. So he got his own little mansion for real. And out on his front porch is the most inviting, original, and comfortable hammock, made from an old bed spring that it has ever been my good fortune to sit in. Do not take my word for it. When in Montgomery County, Maryland, ask for Lawrence Budd. Everyone knows him. He is a living example of what can be accomplished in spite of handicaps. Dog, these are the stories that they are telling. This is in 1928, bro. This is smack dab in the middle of Jim Crow, and he interior decorated and chopped up a whole bunch of fly shit in this lady's mansion, bro. Look at the amazing stuff going down. Amazing things are happening. This is fire, son. Shout out to Roberta Bosley. Shout out to the people who actually leave their name in their articles. Shout out to the journalists, man. We wouldn't have any of this information without y'all. Who we got next, man? Who we got next? Who's next on the list? Hold on, we got more chats. Let's see. Memphis says no excuses. That's a fact. Sammy says there's a funny libertarian skit called Coalition of Obsolete Industries that this reminds me of. It's good to see how black Americans also adjust to these technological advancements. Absolutely. Memphis also says 52 and picking up new skills. That's fine. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. Didn't let he was already an older man. He didn't let the industry, he wasn't one of them grumpy old niggas that was like, oh nah, blacksmith is gonna come back. You just wait. This whole engine, this whole car phenomenon. No. He wasn't hating like that. What else we got? Sammy also says, I remember trying to tell a black UPS worker back a few years about retooling and getting out of the public and getting into the private sector. Got immediately blocked. Folks don't like retooling. Yeah, man. That's how it is. I'm extremely proud of my shades tonight. I just want to say, wearing shades on stream in the crib. I might do this. I might do this every Friday. I might put the shades on every Friday. You feel me? Shout out. You know what I mean? We out here with the shades on. No, I didn't get punched in the eye or nothing like that. Nobody would dare. Nobody would ever dare. My eyes are still beautiful, but we got the shades on tonight. Feeling like a superstar. You feel me? Feeling famous. Reading all these success stories, I'm feeling super successful tonight. You feel me? I had a great week, a successful week, and now we're gonna end it with reading success stories. Uh-oh, somebody died. What does it say? Intermarriage not the answer to... Oh, my goodness. This is going to be super big on the screen now. Intermarriage not the answer to racial problems, reports Dr. Taylor. Oh, buddy. We ain't talk about that tonight, man. We talk about success stories, man. We talking about the success stories. Who else we got? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I'm telling you, son, if y'all history teachers had this much swag and was teaching like this, I promise y'all all be history majors, man. Y'all all would love the history. For real love it. What we got? Raising the standard. We talking about raising standards. All right, it's a short enough read. We can get through this. We're gonna read through this one. The general standard of the American Negro is lower than it should be. Ooh, because it is lower than it need be. Because it is lower that it need be. It is lower than it need be because the Negro entertains a misconception of the fundamental sources of success and happiness. The Negro is too impatient of solid racial effort and endeavors to leap over the hard, tedious, formative period of permanent racial development and to attain the higher and easier stations of life at a single bound. Racial advancement, of course, rests upon the efforts of the individual, but the individual effort is better shaped to the general needs of the people than to the selfish aims and desires of the individual alone. By that, we mean that an individual Negro may so shape his course as to win personal success without bringing much credit to his race, and that is just what many Negroes are doing. The ever-present example of the white man, which should be highly beneficial, is often injurious because we are inclined to skip over that part of which it represents hardship and patient sacrifice to attain the higher forms of happiness, which he has slowly earned. We may sometimes shrewdly take advantage of the white man's conditions and rise to the apparent level of his social or commercial prosperity, but when we do so, we leave our race behind. When we jump from the ox cart to the automobile, we leave the race in the ox cart. This is thought to be within the range of legitimate personal privilege, but it usually calls for a big sacrifice of what might be and ought to be turned into a racial asset. This incidentally successful Negro seldom turns his success to the benefit of his race. What? But selfishly endeavors to get away from his own. A glance over the list of our rich individuals will reveal the truth of this assertion in the majority of cases, especially in the North and too often in the South. The trouble lies in the fact that we do not shape our energy so as to gain success and wealth out of our own conditions, but we believe those conditions too slow and barren rely upon some relation or deal in which the white man is concerned. Hence, when we succeed, we think we owe our race nothing and usually live accordingly. The short-sighted aversion of our educated and intelligent men and women to devoting themselves to pure and absolute racial enterprise and their fundamental and necessary forms of development is at the bottom of all of this. Great individual successes and a corresponding and inseparable degree of racial improvements are thereby lost. So listen, again, listen, I never said that the ancestors was perfect. I think I've always been consistent that the problems have been the problems consistently. Now, I will say that to whoever this author is, you have absolutely no idea how bad it got. You are 106 years in the past. You don't know how greedy these niggas got, bro. Like, so I would much rather 1919 greed from all of these successful niggas, because these successful niggas for real act like they don't know who the fuck you are. For real. So I get it. It's a consistent complaint. It's a consistent, what's the word? Critique and all of that. But I'm telling y'all, as somebody who's living in the 21st century, no disrespect, I'm telling you, it's way worse. Way worse now. I think if you would live in my time, you would be a little bit more appreciative. Because I don't know how many Oprahs y'all had. Just saying. I don't know how many Oprahs you had. And in these same newspapers, during your time, we have all of these different black men and women who are literally building institutions. I don't know. I told y'all, we see King Randall, we see Monster Ray. So we do have 21st century institution builders in black America. That's a fact. But the numbers are night and day. Sorry. The numbers are night and day. That's a fact. Go back to the chat. Hold on. Gotta go back to the chat. Sammy says, I kind of like how this makes me uncomfortable. When was this written? Yo, listen. Understand this. If you are not ready to have your preconceived notions dispelled, good or bad, you're not ready to jump into the archives. You're not. People be having these rose-colored glasses when it comes to history. You gotta keep the dark shades on, if anything. But nah, it wasn't all sweet. It wasn't all sour, and that's the problem. This is what I also noticed, Sam. You'll have the liberals tell you that it was all hell, fire, and brimstone for black people. You feel me? And it was all oppression, wall to wall, 24/7. That was just what it was. And then you'll have the conservatives that tell you that slavery wasn't that bad and racism doesn't exist and all of this other bullshit, son, is somewhere in the gray. To where, yeah, it was hell, but also it's not as good or as bad as you think. That's what it is. It's not as good or as bad as you think. I'm going to highlight the success. That is why I am here. I'm going to highlight other things, but because I gotta overcorrect the bullshit. The liberals have been taken over my history for the past 60 years, bro. I have to overcorrect and show y'all this. I gotta show y'all John Lawrence Budd. I gotta show y'all him because the liberals have you thinking that there was no success at all happening in the 19th century and 20th century for black Americans. They'll have you believe that all success is the white man. Like any success that a black man had or a black woman had was because of the white man. And I'm here to tell you that that's not true. But we're gonna keep it 100 and say that yes, there were people then and now who definitely wanted just to be closer to white people. They believe white man's ice was colder. They believe being in proximity to white people was the number one identifier or indicator of one's success, especially a black person. Yeah, hell yeah, that's a 100% a thing. 100% a thing. I'm just letting y'all know the other side, son. Y'all never get told the other side. And I'm telling you, if it was the reverse, right? We grew up knowing nothing but the dope shit. You feel me? And it's like they don't tell you about slavery. They don't tell you about any of the atrocities and shit like that. I would be equally offended. I won't say equally. It'll be like 80% as offended. It's like 70% as offended, just because, I mean, let's just be honest. Like, when you get in these fire stories back to back to back, you're going to motivate a people. But you don't want to erase the bad shit either, because you want to be able to learn from those things as well. I learned about the brutality of slavery. I learned about, all of the gruesome details and all of that of slavery. I did. I learned about the lynchings and all of that during the Jim Crow and Black Code era. Like, I learned about, the sexual assault and all of that other stuff. Like, I learned about all of that, killing babies. I learned about all of that too. I just also know that is going to be sooner told to you than John Lawrence Budd or the Medical Society of Kansas City, Missouri during the 1910s. Like, so that's what I'm here to do. We got endless amounts of information. Like, I want y'all to know, like, these are millions and millions of pages. Like, look at this. Look at this. 21 million pages. This is the type of history, like, this is our history, bro. Like, y'all gotta learn this stuff. Now, are we gonna ever, if I streamed for the rest of my life and never took a break, we could never even scratch a dent, make a dent in that 21 million pages. But that's the reason why I don't gatekeep this shit. I need, you know how many more Hotep historians I need? I need a team of niggas like me. I need a team of men and women just like me that's going to dive into the archives all day. That's a fact. I need a team of people. And they're like, yo, President, on, July 3rd, 1912, this is what the hell was going on, and we found this article. Very rare this, and like, I need a whole team. So what we got next, man? Tonight, we just learning about success stories. It don't matter who, it don't matter the industry. We just learning about success stories. That's how we gonna celebrate tonight. It's the weekend. We made it. Here's some inspiration to go into the weekend, man. That's a fact. The Negro Exposition. I got a video on that. This is 1915. Rest in peace, Booker T. Washington. You feel me? We was talking about the Indianapolis Freemen last night. What we got? Booker T. Washington. What we got? 1909. He's still alive. Okay, what we got? What they got to say about OG? Large and enthusiastic audience greeted the eminent race leader last Monday night. He advised the Negro how to best solve the problem by each individual making good. So, more of that same Booker T shit. More of that get off your ass. More of that, make yourself viable. More of that, producer rather than consumer coming through. I wonder, you know what I think about? I wonder if Booker T. Washington had groupies. Real talk, like, no disrespect to Mrs. Washington, but I wonder if Booker T. Washington had groupies, bro. Like, I know he had haters. I know he had followers. And I know he had, like, disciples. For lack of a better word. But did he have groupies? Like, did he have chicks like that was like, hey, Dr. Washington, and like that ass going to all of his speeches and all of that, like they just thought he was fun and powerful? He had to have groupies, right? Like, I'm not tripping. Like, Booker T. Washington had to have groupies. It only makes sense. He had groupies, bro. Like, think about it, son. Like, he is, dog, I want This is how one newspaper describes him. Large and enthusiastic audience greeted the eminent race leader. They called him the race leader, bro. Like, if Booker T could have took your girl. Like, he could have took your girl if he wanted to, son. He was already light-skinned. You feel me? Yeah, he's the man. He's the man. Of course he did. Of course he had groupies. It only makes sense. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what anybody says. Booker T Washington 100% had like a bunch of chicks who was like super fanned out over him. Had to. This article is long as hell, Booker. I'm not reading all of this. This is a lot. We got to keep it moving. Shout out to you. I'll read this on my own time. But this is mad paragraphs, bro. He talkative like me. You know what I'm saying? It only makes sense, y'all. Come on now. I know he ain't do nothing crazy against Mrs. Washington, but that wasn't going to stop the girlies from liking him. Everywhere he go, they just roaring applause and all this other shit. Like, come on, son. You can't tell me that they couldn't. Like, come on, son. Not aura. That's aura. Thunderous applause and all this other stuff. Like, the women couldn't resist that. You know what I'm saying? I got a little bit of clout. You feel me? And I be getting DMs. Oh, I love your history lessons, President Hotep. All of that. Yeah, I know, sis. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, son, I could imagine, like, if I was a race leader, nigga, what? Oh, man. The Jim Crow hose was out, son. I'm trying to tell you. What's this? What am I reading? No. We need... Who this? Duck McLean, a Negro who severely wounded Ernest Hale, a young white man at Ashdown in April, was taken from 2 deputy sheriffs Friday night by a mob of 25. They lynched him. Damn. Man. Anyway. Let's get back to the festivities. We're not reading about no lynchings tonight. We ain't reading about no lynchings tonight, baby. What we got next? Sammy says they was flocking. Yeah, they was flocking. They had to. Successful Negro Fair. Let's see. Successful exhibition held at Macon, Georgia by progressive colored citizens. Okay. Shout out to the fair. Man, it's all good news tonight, baby. All good news tonight. Let's see. Role of the Negro Press in American Life, addressed by publisher at Lincoln University. We're going to go through these photos first. First Ladies Night Out. Shown in a rare photo together are Mrs. Hulan Jack, left, and Mrs. Averell Harriman, better halves, respectively, of the Manhattan Borough President and Governor of New York. Got you. Okay. Who else we got? Is that Martin? Is that A. Philip Randolph? Am I tripping? I know I'm not tripping. Let's see. What year is this? 1957. Prelude to Pilgrimage. At a recent Washington conference, plans were announced for May 17th prayer pilgrimage for freedom, which will bring 50,000 civil rights advocates to the nation's capital. The pilgrimage will commemorate the 3rd anniversary at the Supreme Court's anti-segregation school decision, Brown versus Board. Seek support of federal civil rights legislation and protest Southern violence and resistance to the High Court's decree. Leaders of the pilgrimage, shown above left to right, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., the leader of the historic Montgomery bus boycott, A. Philip Randolph, president of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, and Roy Wilkins, executive secretary of NAACP. Knew it. I forgot Roy Wilkins. But yeah, I knew that was them too. Martin Luther King. Where's this photo at? That's why I be talking about when it comes to these photos, bro. Like, they be all in the newspaper, but never on Google. That's why we be in the archives. I be trying to tell people this shit, chat. Like, half the shit that I be talking about on the timeline, you can't even fucking Google, bro. You gotta go into the archives. Motherfuckers, like, yo, understand, Google is literally just a compilation of websites, bro. That is it. That's exactly why I don't fuck with that AI overview bullshit. Because it's like, bro, just give me the website you got that information from. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't want to talk to Google. And that's all. You listen, chat. If you are watching my streams, you are not allowed to ask Google questions. What you are allowed to do is what you've seen me do. Use keywords. Do not ever ask Google, hey, Google, what was the year that da-da-da-da. No. Do not ask Google full questions, bro. That is not a person that you are talking to. That is a robot. It's a server, bro. It is just they only read keywords. So the, of, in, of, like all of that, like you don't have to add those. Just make sure you get the keywords, man. Come on. It's a pet peeve of mine. I know it's extremely subjective. It's not going to make or break your life at all if you don't listen to what I'm saying. But I'm saying, if you fuck with me, you're going to stop using full sentences in Google. If you my mans, if you my girl, like you can't fuck with me and also write full sentences inside Google, bro. Come on now. Give me a break. Stop talking to Google. Who is this? Reverend C.S. Smith, Nashville, Tennessee. Yo, it's so many people, son, like were legitimately like notable and famous that we just don't know about. And it's like, why not, bro? Like, I don't think we needed the sins of the Negro. What? The race losing its grip on the large. Oh, come on, son. What's all of this? No. But yeah, son, like, yo, son, for us to only have been told about 24 people. About 24 people. I say 24, 25 people in our history classes over from K through 12, son. You would think that there was no Negroes outside. Like, you would think that every other Negro wasn't doing shit. Like, if you wasn't Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or Rosa Parks or any of the household names, bro, like, they don't tell you shit. That's so wild to me, son. Oh, man, it's already 11 o'clock. Damn, son. All right. Come on, man. Load up. Let's go. We was going good. We was streaming good. And, of course, as soon as I press refresh, it loads up. All right. Because I know they about to make me mad. What is this? Here's what the new 3 3/4 interest rate of you. Man, I'm trying to tell you, savings bonds. No, they're not giving me what I want. All right, we might have to go to the next page, B. Phoenix Protective leaving local branch of NAACP. Boo. 500,000 corporation formed by Colorman. Hold on now. Oh, they were absorbed by the NAACP. Got it. The Chicago race riot. What year was this? 1919? Yep. I knew about the Chicago riot in 1919. It was started over some bullshit. Georgia race win. Okay, hold on. You know what? There was this article. Oh, this was something else. This was the Negro Mob that I was looking up. These are the other ones. We're not doing no Negro Mob stuff, so don't worry about it. Not tonight. We'll do Negro Mob next week. But what was it? Hudgens? I want to say it was Hudgens. He had some fire shit going on with the businesses where he was like bringing all of the businesses together or something like that. 582. I want to say million was in the shit, so let's put million. A million. Y'all in the house tonight? What y'all doing after the stream go off? What y'all getting into? Let me know what y'all tapping into. Found it. Yo, I'll be sleuthing. Here we go. This is what I was talking about right here, chat. 1948. Check this out. This should be a short enough article, right? Yeah, we may not be reading all of this shit. I don't know. I think we good. I think we can read it all. Washington, April 6th. Proposal $500,000 buying syndicate. Check this out. The proposal to organize a $500,000 buying syndicate to serve the 30,000 or more Negro-owned and operated retail establishments throughout the nation was made here last Saturday morning by William R. Hudgens. Okay? So, what I immediately did was look up who the hell William R. Hudgens was on the Googles. So, let me show y'all. Hudgens. Yep. Not this man. Clearly not this man. But this is what happens. Hold on. I think I had to put history in it. Because this is what they... There we go. This is him. William Hudgens. Okay. Sway says 4 hours left to build these trucks at work. Oh, wow. Shout out to you, man. You build trucks, bro? What time is it over there? It's 11 o'clock at night. You building trucks at 11 o'clock at night? Okay. So while he's typing that, we're going to get into it. So boom. Young executive member of the New York mail order firm Bell and Hudgens. Mr. Hudgens advanced the idea before the closing session of the 3rd annual conference of the Negro in Business sponsored by the U.S. Department of Commerce. The conference drew a record attendance, these typos, of business people. The Hudgens proposal climaxes narration of a success story written in a gigantic mail order business by Robert Bell and his 40-year-old partner. In the 6-year period, the firm has built an enterprise which last year grossed nearly $1 million. Oh, where you at, Sam? Where you at, Sam? We need. You could do half a million in 1948 and just double it for $1 million. 1948, 500,000. 500,000. And I'm gonna get right with you, Sway, after I finish this paragraph real quick. And acquired for itself the reputation of being the leader in the hair attachment field. $150 million worth of business is being done annually through Negro retail establishment. Come on, Sam. 150 million. 150 million. 150 million. 1948. Sam, where you at? They handle a large assortment of items which are bought in small quantities, generally through local jobbers and wholesale houses. All right, so Sway says Ford F-150, 11:19 p.m. Detroit. Yo, shout out to the D. Pause. Spent a lot of time out in Michigan, man. I spent not even just Detroit. I was in Ann Arbor. I was in Dexter. I was all through Michigan. You feel me? But I fuck with Michigan, man. I fuck with the mitten. Shout out to the squad, man. IBXX 420 Zip Squad. Long live Ryan Raw. You heard? That's my brothers. That's my sisters. So I fuck with it. But yeah, son. All right, Sam got the numbers. 1 million in 1948 is 36. Excuse me. Whoa, hold on. 1 million in 1948 is 13.6 million. So chop that in half, and that's what the proposal is. And then $150 million in business. Okay, just that year, $150 million. That's how much business Black Americans were doing. 150 million. We're gonna finish this article and then we're gonna say goodnight, y'all. All right. The plan my associate and I are working on, he revealed, recognizes the facts that New York City is the buying center of the world, that the array of goods and merchandise there is broad, and that prices are almost as varied. We believe that certain basic items which are commonly purchased by a substantial number of these retail outlets in non-competing areas could be bought in quantity lots in New York at a saving to the merchant and to the consumer, and at a profit to the proposed syndicate. Oh, wow. So they're going to consolidate all of the buying power, have all of these businesses from across the country shop with them. Like, we're going to be one big conglomerate. Oh, this is fire. And we all going to be copping from the same connect. And we all going to be selling things throughout the country. We're not even competing with each other. Nah, no way. Hold on. Sammy says 150 M's breaks the calculator. Nah. Hold on. We got to do it. We going to do it. I think we found Oprah. No. That's not one person. That's all the business that Black Americans did in 1950. Like the so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was $150 million for the whole year for Black-owned businesses. There we go. 150 million would be $2 billion adjusted for inflation. There we go. Definitely $1 billion though. Yep. So the one that I use is in2013dollars.com. The reason I use that one is because the other one that most people use stops at 1913. And we go back further than that, and you know why they stop at 1913. You know why. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, it's because the Federal Reserve was created in 1913. Like, that's why I'm not going to gatekeep 100-year-old history. That's silly. This is not the article we were reading. Okay. Moreover, he added, innumerable jobs for young men and women pursuing business careers will be created. He announced that if further explanations of the new venture continue to be encouraging, and if other business people can be attracted to the idea, they plan to move ahead with the establishment of an organization. Mr. Hudgens disclosed also that Bell and Hudgens is contemplating early capture of foreign markets for its hair products, as well as an enlargement of the company's present line of goods. The firm expects to exceed $1 million in business in 1948 because, quote, we are going after it with all skill and tools at our command for doing business. That's a fact. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they stopped using the gold standard, all right, Sammy. The Federal Reserve was created. And at that point, nigga, you don't own your money anymore. It's not backed by anything anymore. It's backed by We Said So. It's backed by American guns. It's backed by we all agreeing that this motherfucker, this dollar bill is worth $1. That's it. It's just an agreement. It ain't backed by shit. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, man. I love my job. I really do love my job. I get to sit in front of a camera for a few hours every day, be handsome as hell, while all I do is just talk about history. This is fire. And you know what's so funny, chat? My other little online friend groups and shit like that, they respect what I do, obviously, but they be making fun of me, man. When I be nerding out, I be nerding out over history, they be like, yo, Hotep, bro, like, that's cool, bro, but like we were talking about like the BET Awards. Like nobody asked for the history lesson in the middle of this casual conversation. And I do that shit. I ain't gonna lie. I accept who I am. I fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with me. So it's like, yeah, I'm a pull up, you know, a story from the early 20th century, late 19th century at the barbecue. That's what I'm gonna do. Don't invite me to the barbecue if you don't want a history lesson, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Y'all, you gonna get this work. You gonna get this history. I'm at every function. I'm in the middle of the club. Like, yo, so in 1923, Dr. William E. Edwards patented, like, yeah, so I'm in the club like that. That's how I'm giving it up. Fuck is you niggas talking about? It's big Hotep history over here. I ain't apologizing. Let's see what we got. Successful Negro Fair. We already read that. You feel me? What we got next? Man? Ooh, it's a lot of hits. Sammy says, "Oh, over in Rashad Spaces, yeah, they're hilarious. Hotep Con about to be lit. Hell yeah, I be cooking in Rashad Spaces. I'm bringing up mad historical facts in his shit. I be bringing up all of the Black history. You shitting me? You gonna get this work. You gonna get this historical work. You feel me? Hell yeah, Sway. I'm in Savannah with it. I'm in Savannah with it. September 12th to the 14th. Come on through Hotep Con. I'm going to be there. What's this? 10 topics, cabins for rent. No mosquitoes. Those screens are just to keep out the flying fish. Or the flying fish. Ha. Ha. What else we got, man? Let's see. You slowly converting Rashad from what I hear though. Yeah, man. Rashad can't run from it, man. He can't run from it. This is all Black excellence. He can't run from it. He was Mr. Progressive when I first got in his spaces, and I had to let that nigga know, like, nah, nigga. Fuck all that progressive shit. Now, he still his own man, so, of course, he's still going to, you know, make his own decisions. But now, my biggest thing was, and the ancestors' biggest thing was, is that once you know, you don't have the excuse of ignorance. That's it. So when I tell him about all of our history and shit like that, yeah, now you can't operate like you didn't know, nigga. You get to talking to me like the white man's ice is so goddamn cold. It's like, nah, nigga. Black men had ice. We're good. Yeah, racism exists, all of that shit. But you need to hear the other side of this goddamn story. Y'all niggas only got one side. That's my boy, though, man. That's my brother. Fist in the air for my brother Rashad, man. But yeah, I watched him become more and more Hotep. I see him. I'm proud of him. I remember when he was pandering. Sammy. But then them women's got on his stage, started acting an ass. And me and some of the other guys, shout out to like my man Rick, you feel me? Me and some of the other guys was on stage like, nigga, you bullshitting. Who taught you this bullshit? Yeah, son. That's a fact. We had to hold it down for Rashad, son. You gotta know that you... Hold on, nigga. Come kick it with us for a second. You know what I'm saying? That's my boy. And it's like, you know, it's certain shit that I added to the zeitgeist over there on that side of Spaces. Terms like nothing burger. You know what I'm saying? That's the, you know, that's the slang that I brought up. What else? What other terms did I bring over there? Viability. I remember that was like a whole thing. There was other terms that I can't think of it right now because I don't be tooting my own horn like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's certain things over there that I, you know, that it stayed. It's supposed to stay. When that shit means something, when it's actually, you know, when it resonates with people, it's supposed to stick around, man. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, they definitely move different even in your presence, even in your absence. Yeah, they still gonna do their thing, man. I don't be trying to take too much credit for shit. Like I keep it, you know, where it's supposed to be. Oh, hold on. We might have something, Sam. Hold on. Evidence of the successful management of financial enterprises by Negroes was demonstrated here last Monday when a mortgage note of $4 million. Hold on, I'm tripping. That is $4,080.63. Forget it. What year was this? 1914. Okay, it was paid by the General Grant Independent Order of Brothers and Sisters of America, a fraternal organization composed of leading Negroes of the state. Got it. Get out of here, fly. Due on the Babin Plantation. The Babin Plantation, formerly owned by the late Adlard Landry, a pioneer planter, was purchased 2 years ago by the Negro Society, which paid most of the purchase price cash, the balance being represented by the... Watch this be a long-ass article. Oh, no, it's not. By the what? By the what? By the what? This pissed me off. I gotta get to the bottom of the article. Hold on. Where's this shit at? Is that it? All right. That's top of the shit. All right, so let's go. So it says represented by the note. Represented by the note liquidated Monday. Oh my goodness, this Zoom is incredible. The financing of the place is said to have been by S.W. Wade and Dr. C.L. Robert of Cheneyville, and Dr. J.H. Lowry and Professor E.D. Wright of Donaldsonville. The plantation is now known as the New African Farm. It was planted in rice for the past 2 seasons by the new owners, who report having made fine and profitable crops. From Donaldsonville Chief. So, again, more black men buying the places that they were enslaved on. Baller shit, fire shit. Yeah, that's a fact, man. All right. I think we've gotten enough inspiration for the night. I am going to start winding down here, guys. I appreciate y'all coming through. As always, I got an interview tomorrow with my brother Val. Tune in. It's going to be on Spaces on Twitter. 3 o'clock. I think 3 o'clock is the time. 3 o'clock Saturday. We're going to be talking about true crime in Black American history, usually the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So tune in for that. Just come on over to my page. Make sure you guys are subscribing to the Patreon, patreon.com/Hotep History. Again, patreon.com/Hotep History. You're going to get a bunch of exclusive content. And we got the book club coming at the top of August. The book club is coming at the top of August. We are going to be reading Booker T. Washington, Working with the Hands. As a matter of fact, because we read the Negro in Business tonight, it might be a toss-up. It might be a toss-up between working with the hands and Negro in Business. I'll put a poll on the timeline so you guys can vote. We'll have the poll up until the end of this month. It should not take that long to gather all of these votes. And then on the first week of August, we're going to reading either or. And it's only going to be in who goes first, because we're going to read more than one Booker T. Washington book in the book club. So the Negro in Business, y'all got a sample of that tonight. Or Working with the Hands. Y'all let me know on the timeline which book y'all would want to read. Gotta plug my nation. Hold on. Gotta make sure I plug my nation. That's only Rizzy right. Only right. Hold on. Come on. Hotep. Come on. Make sure you get your tickets for Hotep Con this year. Hotep Con 2025. Yes, I will be there. We cooking out. We going to have a good time. I get to answer all of your history questions in real life, in real time. You dig what I'm saying? We're going to chop it up. We're going to have a great time. Shout out to my brother HJ. Shout out to my OG Uncle Hotep. September 12th to the 14th. Make sure you get your tickets, man. Make sure you come on out. Make sure. We're going to have a good time, man. 3 days. Come on through. We're going to have a good time. All right? So, thank you guys again for tuning in and tapping in. All of the day ones, all of the regulars, Sammy. Shout out to Sway for coming through. Hope you get your trucks finished in good time. Of course, Memphis. Of course, Cliff. Who else was in this motherfucker? Who else? Was that it? I don't care. As long as, like, yo, listen. Oh, Scruggs, of course. The Watcher. Thank you. Vincent, bro. Come on now, Vincent. Did I get my... I don't think Vincent got me my bullseye emojis tonight. It's all good. Bert, salute. Lucky, salute. We'll be back. I might stream tomorrow night. I'm not sure. Depending on what I'm getting into this weekend, I might stream. But thank y'all again, man. I appreciate y'all. You already know you can't have the future without the present. And you can't have the present without the past. We don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively affect our future. Thank you guys for watching. And as always, Hotep and Bill.